Good morning. How's everybody doing? Did anybody take Metro and walk here? All right. I was going to say my staff was serve as Uber drivers after the event, and we'll get you back there, but most of you drove, so I think we're okay. Anyway, I am Tom Suter. I'm the founder of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. I'd like to welcome you all today. My script says a beautiful spring day. I don't know if that's going to work out so great, but also special thanks to Craig Abod, Mary Lang, Hannah Horowitz, Steve Jasona, Mike Adams, and the rest of the Karasoft team. We love using this facility. It's very convenient. They've got all the AV set up. They help us with the food. It's fantastic. Uh, I want to also thank a lot of our partners. If we can, oh yeah, I'm advancing my own slides today, huh? All right, these are our partners. They're fantastic, and this event's a little different, and just some of the genesis. Every time we do a cyber event, as many of you know, we have this huge zero trust practice. We have a large AI practice, but every single discussion in the cyber side of it, we talk about the impacts of AI on cybersecurity. Every time we talk about AI, we talk about the security of AI. So we really felt like we need to have a cyber AI convergence summit, and then we're going to follow that up with an ongoing working group. And I think some of the things that we've seen recently is, you had your chief data officer and you had your CISO. These folks didn't used to talk too much to each other. They were doing different things, and we started to see some guidance. We've got Martin Stanley here from NIST. He's done a lot in the cyber AI side, and things are starting to really move, and we need to get everybody in the room when we're talking about cyber and AI and the convergence, the impact on AI and the impact on cyber. So really excited to kind of kick off this effort. Got a lot of my stellar friends here, some of the people that really care about this. So this is going to be fantastic. And when we decided to do this, we wanted to pick an industry chair, and I'm like a football coach. Like, who's going to be my quarterback? I need the perfect quarterback. I need the perfect wide receiver. And the first person I said when I came up with this event it's Oki Mech. And Oki is the Chief Information Security Officer for Microsoft Federal Civilian, and he's ATARC's industry chair. But Oki's interesting because he's always been in cyber, but then when he was at HHS, he was their first Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer. So he's been a conflicted guy. Like, do I go into AI? Do I go into cyber? And I think he's probably ended up in both, although he has a CISO title. So if we can invite Oki for a few comments, come on up. And I think this is pretty important because Oki's kind of a little bit of a later riser. He's a CrossFit guy. I think we got him to rest in it. I think we did a pretty good job getting you here at 8 o'clock in the morning. So come on up.
Good morning, everybody. I don't do CrossFit anymore because I hurt myself. I used to do it with Rich over here we used to do it what's that, Route 7 CrossFit down in Tyson. So I'll keep it short. First off, I want to thank ATARC. I want to thank Bill and Tom and the rest of the team because this is a lot of work to put this together. It's a lot of work in the back end. Kim as well. She's been organizing the speakers as well, but also the sponsor as well. The sponsor is what make this happen. But also I want to thank all the federal employee as well. One, for being here, and secondly, for your service. Thank you for your service. I was a Fed myself for close to 20 years. It's a lot of, I used to have a lot of gray hair when I was a Fed. Now I'm gaining my black hair back, but with a lot of things going on with the government, it's even make it tougher. But I see a lot of opportunity as well. So it's just, Kim, is Kim here? I have one slide, but I don't need it. But if she wants to put it up, oh, there we go. So I think partnership. I think ATARC is one of the best public-private partnership for the government and industry as well. I think in terms of efficiencies and with DOGE coming in, I think public-private partnership is more important than ever, in my opinion. It's almost that bridge that connect all the dots. And I have dealt with AI and cyber. It's very important that you come together as a team and share ideas and lessons learned and best practices. That is so critical because it's almost like a support system. You need a support system, and you need to share what works and what doesn't work. If you look, I review a lot of OIG reports across the federal government. If you look at the OIG report, it's all public information. Most of the issues are the same. Each agency has uniqueness within their mission and their business, but if you look at the underlying issues, either AI or cyber, it's a lot of 80% of them are the same. So that's why you are dealing with the same issue. So it's good to have this sort of uh, committee to help you from the industry and also from the government as well. So I want to talk a little bit about my time as HSS Chief AI Officer. Um, I started because I was in cybersecurity, but I was looking at a lot of data. Because I was doing GRC, the ATO process. I started in 2002 when FISMA came out. It hasn't changed much. So I was like, why can't we do this differently? I almost think like I was Doge before Doge. I was always trying to fix things. I was trying to move things further. But I started looking at data. I started mapping all the data within the GRC as well. And I started looking at emerging technology like AI. And that's how I became a chief AI officer. But my background is really cybersecurity. But OMB came up with an AI memo. And I think they hit it on the spot as well in terms of what you need for the department. First, you need a strategy. You need a strategy. You need governance, you need compliance, you need guardrails, you need AI to align with the business and the mission. That's a must. You have to have that. You need AI council. And you know why you need AI council? Because AI needs data. I know people want to do AI, and I asked them, like, what is your data strategy? Like, oh, our data strategy is not very mature. I'm like, well, you just skip a couple steps there. So the data is important because it ties to every business of your mission. Every mission, every business you have within the agency, there's data. And you need data to get to AI. You need a community of practice, and this is almost like a community of practice when you think about it. Community of practice is sharing, what tools are you using? Can we leverage that too? Uh, can we share some of the challenges, some of the lessons learned, so you could lower that failure rate, you increase the success rate. I think when I started, because nobody wants to talk about AI when I started as a chief AI officer, people were like, I don't want, why are we talking about AI? We got 100 other things to do. But there's a Gartner study that 86% of AI project does not see production. Either it just stays in the proof of concept or MVP, but it never goes live. I don't want to classify it as a failure, but there's a lot of challenges before you could deploy AI, and there's ethical challenges as well. There's hallucination, there's bias, there's a lot of challenges. So you need a community of practice, and I see that as this is almost a community of practice as well. The other one that I think that we didn't have budget for, and I really want to do this thing, was the AI sandbox. I think you need to build a data pipeline, an AI pipeline, make sure that you bake in all the executive orders of AI principle. Transparency, not a black box. There's so many executive order principle on responsible and trustworthy AI. That has to be baked in, but also you're educating the mass as well. If you could bake that in and train your mass to do AI in the right way, I think that's what is needed. And to be honest with you, there's a lot of talk about deregulating requirements around AI. I don't believe that. There's just, not from a Microsoft perspective, from somebody who's been there, from an Oki perspective, and being in the government for 20 years. I think the key is to move system faster through the guardrails instead of deregulating requirements. That's just my opinion, just from my experience. I think you need the guardrails, but you can't deregulate it. So in terms of smarter, and I'm wrapping it up right now. In terms of smarter, faster, safer, imagine two ships traveling from A to B. And one is off course by 5 degrees. After a week, you know how far that would be off. So I think in an IT organization, I think you always have to recalibrate. And I advise a lot of startup, you always have to recalibrate, because when you start that tool in the beginning of the project, the market may have moved. So you can't be too early, too late. You can't be too left to the right of the market. You have to time the market correctly. So there's always constant calibration of what you're trying to do. Look at your map, look at your compass. But now with AI, then you have a GPS now. So you need AI could actually help you recalibrate, in my opinion. So, and lastly, there's a lot of in terms of cybersecurity, I haven't met any cybersecurity professional that is not overworked, overwhelmed. It's a stressful job. It's 24/7 job. So I think with AI, that could help a lot in augment or empower the cybersecurity professional. And also the bad guys are using AI as well. So, and there's a saying that the bad guy has a vote in your AI, in your cybersecurity strategy. Because if they're using AI, you better start using AI. So AI is here. You have to kind of embrace it, in my opinion, because it's like back in the 90s, there's a thing called the internet, and you're running a business, like, oh, I don't want to talk about that thing called the internet because maybe it's not safe, it's not standardized. I don't want to talk about internet. And look at where we're now. So AI is here. It is the future, in my opinion. It will impact all businesses within your organization. So I want to thank everybody. I'm very excited for today. And one last thing. Elizabeth has a working group. She has a bunch of working group. If you want to join, please talk to her. She's over here. So thank you.
Thank you, Oki. I really appreciate it, my friend. If the next panel can come up, I think we got Jory just got delivered like 30 seconds ago. But Jory Heckman, who's senior reporter at Fez News Network, he's going to be running this next panel. And if all the panels can come up, we'll get things rocking and rolling.
All right. Thanks for that, Tom. And thanks everyone for coming out on this dreary Wednesday. We'll have some panelists here in person and we'll have some online here if we've got them with us virtually. I'll give everyone a moment to get situated here. All right, I see everyone here now, whether they're in the room or on the Zoom. All right, thank you so much for joining us here. And I'm just going to give everyone an opportunity to introduce themselves, their agencies, more on that in a moment. But by way of introduction, I would like our panelists, as they introduce themselves, to tell us a little bit more about the current state of AI at their agencies. What is the current state of play? What is the use case that really is front of mind for them, just so we can kind of really wrap our heads around where these agencies are in this moment, and we'll kind of take the conversation from there. Dr. Watchorn, would you please introduce yourself and a little bit more about yourself and a little bit more about your office at the Air Force?
Good morning. Is it transmitting? Just make sure. I just turned it on. Good morning, everyone. So cat's out of the bag. I'm here. Welcome. So I did my internship for NSA for artificial intelligence, natural language processing, and machine learning. Spent a lot of time doing what we call supervised stuff. Predicted the impact of cloud computing on the use of AI for cybersecurity. I am the author of the Cyber Black Cloud capability, which was built, we won't say where. But I traveled around a lot of different agencies, both inside and outside of the Intel community. I am one of the authors of the AI Risk Management Framework. I did that while as a government contractor for HII, which builds ships. So kind of enjoyed the humor of that one. Submarines used not to have a lot of cybersecurity because we relied on the Faraday cage called the outer hull. Nowadays, it is a serious problem. Within inside the Department of Air Force, we have a lot of interest in development of artificial intelligence tools. There is a lag between common sense and artificial intelligence. So we have folks that are educating themselves as fast as possible. The cyber folks are part of that educational process. The traditional way that we do things is not fast enough. It's not near as accurate as it should be. It's too paper driven. So some of the things that we're doing is if you get really bored on the on the DAF CIO website, there's the thing called the cyber cake. The cyber cake is a mathematical model to tell us exactly what's wrong with the system that you're proposing to us, and we can make that assessment in 60 seconds from the time you give us the data elements that we ask for. To include, how do we do approved products list is going to be used doing artificial intelligence. So the Chief Information Security Officer for the Department of Air Force is Mr. Aaron Bishop. He is a former CISO for SAIC. He is very much about proper AI, proper guardrails. We are seeing on average anywhere between 400 and 800 security spills a day where people are taking material information and put it into open source AI engines and using it to do personnel performance reports. They're using it to write, in some instances, classified PowerPoint decks because that's just the way that they have to do it. We're not saying that that's a bad thing. We're saying we've been told not to do those things, not necessarily by policy writers, but actually by Congress and Senate. So there is a disconnect. Our job is to negotiate that. Right now, we are now data mining a really interesting tool called EMAS. For those of us that understand what that product is, it is a YAML file that has absolutely no AI embedded into it. So we decided to solve that problem about a year ago. And so believe it or not, we're now writing a natural language expression engine that will take the 853 Rev 4 control baseline and turn it into Rev 5 and hand it to our different authorizing officials. And we've also created the cyber cake, which starts out with 720 controls on everything that we could be audited on by the GAO, the IG, the DOD, and it has one of these things called the FizCam audit report embedded in it. And that allows the Congress and Senate to what we call gate off money so that we cannot get it to do our operational stuff, which is something we are deeply concerned about. We're also using AI to do stuff with quantum. So we are a partner with AFRL. Some of the things that we've done is figured out how to do sneaker netting of actually bit by bit ransomware into environments. So that is what we're using AI to do. If everybody thinks it's really fast paced now, quantum can break into most computer systems under 6.5 minutes, 4 minutes if you use an optimization wave, and they can actually practice it for 180 to 270 days before they actually do their attack vector. We're also seeing the emergence of cyber gangs using quantum capabilities to break into banks. Now, that's not a big issue when you think about it, except that they're breaking into banks where we have members who have credit cards with those banking industries. And now it becomes a problem for us because we have to start laying people off or firing people because they have credit card problems. And so it's not actually their fault. They've had their identity stolen. So those are just some of the things that we're working on. As it pertains to AI, we are the first known group to create the AI cybersecurity control baseline. And I hope we all can laugh about it. We used AI to do it. So hopefully it helps out.
Wow. For those of you sipping your coffee, there were a couple of spit take worthy moments there. So as far as things that keep you up at night, holy cow. Derek, over to you.
Switch up. Here we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Derek Kalinsky, Air Force A1. I've been in this role for about a little bit over 11 months, going on a year. And in this role, I am the cat herder, the rabbi, the janitor, essentially getting everybody together with the data strategy, the AI strategy that we actually promulgated last year. If everyone don't know, that A1 is the actual manpower of the Department of the Air Force. We actually host Space Force as well. So our portfolio is about 790 million, and that's everything from selecting a pilot candidate to medical, and we have credit card transactions. And so we were in the cloud business before even Cloud One, the enterprise cloud for the Air Force. So we actually manage a multi-cloud ecosystem, and it's separate from Cloud One, employing what we've developed in our our AI data strategy into the ecosystem, into the landing zone. Prior to this, I was with the Army for about 2 years. I was the Chief Architect, CTO, and Cloud Services Division Chief for Sea Army. There, it was a much dynamic, much bigger playing field. Again, a similar multi-cloud ecosystem. This was somewhat advertised. I'm not any trade secrets here, but back in November of beginning of 23 December, we had about 7 major security incidents. 5 of them were self-inflicted, 2 were not. And you're talking major nation state attacks against the ecosystem. And I've learned a lot from that. And again, some of the things that I saw are probably be touched on a little bit here in a minute, but I'm grateful for being here just to advertise the great work that we do in the Air Force, and especially in A1, and then also some of the history that I have with the Army, just to, again, give you a little different perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And moving down the line here, Michael.
Good morning. All right. My name is Michael Woods. I am a special agent with NCIS. I'm currently the assistant director for NCIS, which is the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, our Operational Technology and Cyber Innovation Division. And what is that? That is our entity that conducts investigations and operations in the cyber domain, trying to understand, what's going on in the world, what threat actors are doing, how are they doing it, who are they targeting, and everything from that spectrum on with it. So why am I here today? NCIS leverages a lot of artificial intelligence as well from multiple angles on that, but I provide a different perspective in that we're using it in the operational domain. So we are using it to support our investigations, make us better, be more aggressive at being proactive at trying to get after the threats, get in front of the problems, and help the industry really fight and enhance cybersecurity. So from a whole, our primary mission with the cyber division of NCIS is supporting the cybersecurity divisions of those entities out there who are supporting the Navy through contracts, building technology, building ships, building whatever it may be. We are helping them enhance their security posture from those adversaries and not be able to be as successful getting in, get those dwell times down, understand, when we can get that lateral movement, find that early. So that's what I want to talk about today is when we get up to it is just some of the AI features that we've built in-house and started using to help us really get out there and get in front of and start understanding better those adversary and building those TTPs that we can give out to the cyber defenders on it. So,
All right, and Martin.
Hello, everyone. Tom, thanks for the invite. I'm not a doctor, or at least not of anything related to technology, maybe short game. So I am an AI and cybersecurity researcher at NIST. I was actually brought over to NIST about 2 years ago to work on this symbiotic relationship between cybersecurity and managing the risks of artificial intelligence systems. We have this AI risk management framework, which has been out for about 2 years. I am the lead for the program at this point. We have a number of other efforts underway and published that I think help get at some of the challenges that we've talked about already that Oki mentioned as well. In particular, I think we're at the point of, where we were with cybersecurity and regular IT systems maybe 20 years ago, where we were bolting on cybersecurity after the fact and trying to protect against all kinds of vulnerabilities and threats that we just really didn't understand, and that was maybe not the best methodology. We have a secure software development framework for foundation models and generative AI systems, which was released last year, which has a lot of, I think, important steps to get around that. We had a workshop, which many of you participated in, thank you very much, on April 4th on this topic that we're talking about today, AI and cybersecurity. I think the main point that I'd like to make, and something that I think is really helpful that this community can provide, is to get at what is this symbiotic relationship. We know that we can use cybersecurity controls and they're essential to protect against many threats, but they will not protect against all the threats that AI introduces into organizations. Many times that's not well understood. People think, well, if we get an ATO, we don't have to worry about anything with our AI system, which is not true. But it introduces blind spots in the organization. In particular, when we think about how we're using AI and how AI performance problems like overfitting, underfitting, model drift, et cetera, can exacerbate or cause particular organizational risks. Those are the kinds of things we need to focus on the AI domain, but cybersecurity controls, potentially can help with that. And so that would be, I think, a great outcome from these conversations.
Moving on over to our Zoom panelist, Jennifer. Please introduce yourself. Jennifer, I believe you're on mute.
I'm double muted. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
I see the head nods. Thank you, Keegan, as well. So my name is Jennifer Franks, and I serve as the director of the Center for Enhanced Cybersecurity with the Government Accountability Office. I also serve as the acting director of the Analytics Foundry with the GAO, where we are vastly moving a lot of our systems from on-prem into the cloud and creating additional ways to automate and do engagement work faster and more efficient to serve the needs of Congress. I've been with GAO for 19 years, in this current role for 5. With that, I do serve 2 purposes for the organization. One is to satisfy the mission needs of the Congress, where my engagement teams get their requests and their mandates to go into federal agencies across the government, looking at how we are securing our federal information systems and technologies and thinking about the data on those systems, which does also include the AI systems as well. Internally for GAO, I do help to manage the information systems and cybersecurity controls across the landscape as well, and serving as that security advisor for those on the technical side. So just keeping our foundational supported and thorough for our needs of the agency. I look forward to this conversation, and I think it'll be enlightening. I always like cyber first. My background is also in cyber. But here we are with AI, and it is here to stay. So we have to consider those very important conversations around how do we further secure the systems that are now going to be vastly different than what we programmed before.
All right, and Keegan.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Keegan Mills here from Marine Corps Systems Command. I'm an HQE with the Marine Corps, and I sit as a liaison between the acquisition arm of the Marine Corps and the operational cyber arm of the Marine Corps. So unique position where I get to see things happening, play out in real time in cyberspace, and go back and have the conversations about capability development and what we need for the future. So this is a fantastic conversation. I'm excited to be a part of it. Thank you. I think what you're going to hear from me this morning is I'm going to sound a bit like a broken record because what keeps me up is the fact that I don't believe that the collective we have wrapped our heads around what machine speed actually is and what AI does to the decision space and how the scope and scale that things happen with this technology. So AI just a further escalation on the hockey stick graph that is pushing us faster and faster and bigger in this domain. So these tools that we are really experimenting with at this point are showing us the kinds of impacts that you can have with it. Very, very small group of people with very modestly priced tools can have a very large impact on a global scale. So that's what keeps me up at night, and I think that's what focuses me on what are we using AI for, what does it enable, and how are we going to move forward with it. Also, it was mentioned before, spot on with the application of quantum into this equation. You put these things together, and again, the scope and scale just going off the charts as far as big and speed. So thanks again. Happy to have this conversation, and let's get into it.
All right. Well, Keegan, I'd like to ask more of the panelists, more of a point about you raising here, which is not just AI for the cyber defenders out here, the people who are, keeping an eye on those cyber threats, keeping on top of those, but these are also tools and technologies that are available to the adversaries. And in that way, it's really a double-edged sword, keeping on top of these AI-driven threats that are out there and moving just as quickly as the technology inside of these agencies. And so as far as this ongoing theme of what keeps you up at night, I mean, these seems to be very real concerns that you all are mindful of. Anyone want to expound on this, staying on top of these AI-driven threats from the adversary?
So I have a really good friend of mine, loves to come up with really cool things to say to describe his feelings about these things.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully I get this one right, because he gets very particular when I say it wrong. Once upon a time, we had a thing called an abacus, and it was the primary way by which we did mathematics. A computer came along and made the abacus, the personal handheld calculator, the slide ruler kind of obsolete. And everybody was very excited because we could do calculations very, very fast. IBM got excited, came out with a brand new computer and made that concept totally obsolete. If we start to take a very dim picture of that viewpoint, within 60 years, there was a paper that was written, and that paper specifically articulated what would happen if we started using quantum states in order to start understanding bifurcated mathematical formulas. That's a very weird thing to say, but imagine running multiple mathematical calculations and being able to look at different space-time approaches and then take the Hildebrandt space curve and throw it on top of it, where you're looking into 5-dimensional mathematics now. So Mellenbroit, who actually wrote the paper that I'm talking about, used that to find how we do our basic GPU mathematic calculations. And that was great until NVIDIA came along and said, you know what? We can do those fractorial mathematics on our NVIDIA chip. We're going to be really cool. Then someone came along, and I don't know if you've heard of it, there's a new chip out. It is called an NPU, Neural Process Unit. The neural process unit decides whether it goes to the graphic card or it goes to the regular CPU card. And it learns through use of AI technology of where this algorithm best runs. Wow. It's available right now to the general public. My son is in computer science. He's at George Mason. He came home and he goes, Dad, you'll never guess what I did this today. What? He goes, I broke the router. What? No, I broke the password on the router. What? No, I broke the password on the router. I swear to God. Were you trying to? No. I forgot the password. So the computer fired as many different calculation points as it could figure it out until it guessed the password. It took it 6 minutes. It was really cool. Anybody want to know how many characters are in the password? 148. The way that we did it is we took a 20-sided dice, we took a quarter, and we took a Yahtzee throw, and we created a cipher, a one-time cipher pad to do it. Just the way you did at the NSA. And he broke a one-time cipher pad in about 7.5 to 8 minutes, and he didn't mean to. Now do that at scale. Who is the biggest purchase of the Alienwares that can do this? It is not the United States, it's China. What are they trying to break into right now? All critical infrastructure. Why? Because if they can turn the power off at the correct time, at the most disadvantageous time, they can do stuff. What can we do? Well, you have adversarial AI now, which NIST had to put out a whole reference guideline out because that terrified everybody. Has anyone seen an adversarial AI work before? Sure you have. It's called SolarWinds. Right? Ransomware is a form of AI when it's used properly. You can now use AI to surf the entire CVE NVD database to figure out how to break into a system, and AI will tell you how to actually stack to create a framework. And if you don't know how to code it, don't worry about it. It will do it for you. Now, is there any digital signatures for the NCIS folks to figure out exactly who wrote that? No, because it actually anonymizes and it makes it so it doesn't look like it's a person. So the typical ways that we figure out the entity that did it start to disappear. It starts to make it more difficult. So a 10-year-old kid attended a quantum machine so he could wear the World Series of Pokemon with a room full of PhDs. And the little kid turned around and said, this is like going to Jurassic Park with all you old guys. That is the problem that we're dealing with right now. It's a learning curve, and not all of us were trained on some of this new emerging technology, and there's a time delay. And when we see governance and we see policy and we see federal laws written, it's usually 5 years. And what happens is it causes a technology shift whenever there's new laws written. Right? Hadoop became popular because it's illegal to store data about certain individuals. And so if you use Hadoop, you never have a database of the people, so you don't break the law. Right? That turned into OSINT material, that turned into a whole new suite of different things. And now we're into supply chain risk management framework, which, by the way, is where we really need AI, is in supply chain. We need AI in analyzing all the CVEs and the NVDs so that it can come back and quickly score it and tell us whether or not we have an issue or not. By show of hands, does anybody know how many vulnerabilities are reported a day, in a single day, to the National Institute of Standards and Technology? Nobody? 56,000 a day. How many do they actually are able to process in a year? Is about 1,200. That's how the Mars rover got broken into. It was a unreported, unknown vulnerability that existed for 23 years until someone found it. That's our problem. knowledge. We just don't have it. We can't get it fast enough. The hope of AI is that it will fill in the gaps that we had, or it will fill in the pieces and parts that we didn't have time to go conduct analysis of and answer us better questions. Without the expert in the room to figure out what the AI is telling us, it's actually a paperweight. It doesn't really serve the purpose that we want it to. So imagine how many AI people are disappearing out of the federal workforce right now to go work in industry. And you can kind of hopefully see that this is going to start changing it. However, the government's still going to theoretically lag behind because the people that really need to understand how to use these and how to design the use cases, they're all walking out the door right now. So that's one of our problems is manpower as well.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to follow up on that workforce piece in a moment, but I would like to give more panelists, if they'd like to, an opportunity to comment on this, brave new world of adversarial AI, staying on top of that.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback off the people side of this. To do this right, to do AI, you got to do DevSecOps and you got to do enterprise cloud, more particularly a landing zone, right? You can't do AI without those two. And especially with the churn and all the things that happened in the federal government the last 6 months or so, whoa, we've lost a significant amount of talent. What keeps me up at night is the fact that we in the federal government are bleeding people, the talent needed to do this work. We're not only competing against ourselves, we're competing against industry that has the same thirst for the people of this. So I think common theme, we're talking about the technology, but really this is more of a people problem than anything else. But yeah, thanks.
Yeah. As so many things are, technology problems are not always just exclusively technology focused. There is always that people, process, technology part of it. So hear what you're saying as far as the workforce challenges. Anyone else want to pick up on that? I mean, obviously this has been not a new problem, right? There's always been this competition between the private sector and government to recruit the best and the brightest.
No, add a little something just on the very first part of that. So for law enforcement, many of you probably watch cop shows and things like that. I mean, you understand that even if we don't know who actually committed the crime, you can tell that a certain individual has committed several crimes on that based on the way they do it. So it's always it's a human that does it, right? And humans have tendencies, and cyber criminals. So those network offenders, you're facing the same problem, right? They're actual humans that are doing most of the compromises of your networks and getting in and taking the data and such. And those humans also have tendencies. So our job is to take all of that, identify those tendencies, pull those things together, and that's how we put attribution to certain things on it. What our artificial intelligence brings to that is the ability to change your tendencies and ability to make you not look like who you actually are. So one, you can impart yourself into appearing to be somebody that you're not, which could be problematic, but also it makes it more difficult to pattern recognize and build out tools to recognize when you see those patterns to say that, okay, I wouldn't have seen this, but because I've seen it historically, now we can find it on that. So take your phishing, for example, right? Phishing emails, you're easily able to start detecting those through, misspellings and grammar and maybe the name's wrong or whatever it is. Well, AI is taking care of all of that. And now it's really hard to find those phishing tools. So in our industry, in the law enforcement industry, that is what we're facing on a regular basis is making it a lot harder for the attribution side of the house with it and understanding one, who that is, but then two, being able to identify those problems at other places that we don't know about, which we were able to historically do pretty well before the use of AI.
So maybe bringing it up a couple levels, I think the challenge here is understanding that the ecosystem is going to need to be prepared to support responding at machine speed to attacks that are occurring at machine speed. And when we talk about people being involved in that, that doesn't mean people are going to be approving, blocking particular IP address ranges or putting in filters and things like that. Well, I think what that means is you're going to have effective governance in your organizations to supervise these systems. So vendors, as you're selling solutions, understand that organizations are going to have to be able to account for the decisions that these automated systems are making, and account for any kind of errors and that kind of thing as well. So to me, it's a total transformation of the ecosystem.
Jennifer, bringing in the watchdog perspective here, GAO is obviously in the business of recommendations, looking at what agencies are doing, identifying where they could be doing things better. Your thoughts on all of this as far as the staying on top of adversarial AI, making sure that these agencies and so many others are staying on top of the threat as it emerges?
Yes, good question. So we do a lot of work, as you know, looking at, just basic cyber hygiene principles and looking at how federal agencies are able to remain in compliance for their FISMA and NIST recommended controls to just improve the security of their systems. So what it is we're seeing, as we know, and we've talked about even on this panel before, is the bad guys have the same tools that we have. So to stay, on the cutting edge of the what is to come, we definitely have to look at what our panelists just said about the governance process and some of the compliance areas. And oftentimes you're having to look at what's critically important for your organization, and what is going to be important for one will not necessarily be the same for another. Everyone has different missions and business operational capacity, and you must look at how you're needing to protect that data and safeguard it for the betterment of your organization. So really upskilling talent to really understand. Our panelists talked about the phishing. Phishing is still our second most vulnerability that is impacting our environments every single day, with acceptable use violation policies being number one. So when you're thinking about the compliance and the governance that needs to come and the upskilling of the talent, we have to look at the what is inside of our organizations, regardless of how many we have or how many we do not have. We have to look at the continual education opportunities to make sure that everyone understands the critical importance they even have as they're authenticating into our environments every single day to protect the resources, protect the systems, protect the data. So as we're looking at the new adversarial threats coming from around the globe, educating them on the what is and the how it could impact them and the organization is critically important. Everybody is not an IT or a cyber specialist or even an AI enthusiast, no. But educating them on the what and the why really does begin to shape the impacts. And I've seen it across the federal government agencies for the last few years, really looking at how agencies are able to produce more effective programs and really be able to respond and recover from the vulnerabilities that they've been impacted against. And this is something that we're going to have to stay on the cutting edge about and really look at additional ways to educate everyone on what these is and how it is we are performing these threat modeling capabilities to just increase the proficiencies across our environments.
All right. And Keegan, bringing it back to you, this idea of the AI workforce and making sure there are enough people coming in the door and staying around to manage this important work. I mean, how are things going over at the Marine Corps, and what are those future efforts you guys are attempting to make sure that the workforce is steady and that you guys are continuing to recruit?
Very hard problem right now. So everybody in this room is probably familiar with all of the perturbations going on at the executive level, and the limitations that we have right now on replacing some of the people that have left, and incentivizing people to come into the workforce. So it's kind of a manual effort right now, and events like this helps because we get to say, hey, we're still here. This is still worth doing. We still have a mission, and it's still fulfilling. So the kinds of people that do this job are always going to be drawn to it. So I think it's important to be out in public and saying this is worth doing. We're still here. We're still doing this. We need you. Please consider coming into the federal government workforce to do that. Over.
Well, we've been focusing on a lot of the gloom and doom of this all, a lot of the things that do keep you all up at night. As far as the cyber threat side of things, just to flip it around a little bit, as far as the AI opportunities, what it is doing to be that full force multiplier for you all at your agencies, as far as the defense side of the equation, can you shed a little bit more light on how AI has been an enabler there? And then once we go through the panel, we will have an opportunity for questions.
One of the things that we used artificial intelligence for very effectively was creating the continuous monitoring requirements so that we could pass it over to our CSSPs, which is like the 16th Air Force. That allows them to do a unified instrumentation of all the AF network devices that they're under Cognizant's responsibility for. We then shared that with the DoD CIO, which then shared it across the entire space. After that, we then figured out what the active defense, which is one of the mandatory requirement things that we have to do. We shared that with, again, all driven by AI. Once we got done with all those things, then we went and created an AI engine that went and harvested all what's called organizational defined parameters across the DoD, across the DAF, across the Air Force, the Space Force, and we look for even OT. What are the subtle differences in their policies and the procedures and the modalities and the frequency rate by which they report? What this ended up doing is creating us a very massive table of data that we could then send to the 16th Air Force so that based on what environment they're looking at, it automatically will apply the correct set of ODPs so that they could do a quick assessment to say this system is or is not. As the owner of the continuous authorization to operate process for the Department of Air Force, we're using this so that we can increase the speed in which we can get to the finish line. So imagine your product comes in, it's a great product, we need this particular capability. Everybody knows that the cyber guys, and there's a group of us in this room that will hang our heads low, we're the ones that are accused constantly of slowing down the process of innovation, right? Cyber people are usually, my office is called the Office of No. It's right. So I'm sorry, A1 guys are going to laugh at us, but that's our job, right? I want to be clear. That is our job to say, no, you're not doing that. You didn't do all the prerequisites. So when you come in and you tell someone you have to do your Klinger Cohen Act review, someone goes, compliance is not cybersecurity, stop it. I would disagree with that statement because it's interesting that when you start finding out that they didn't buy in the quantum resistant devices they were supposed to buy for the network, that's cybersecurity. That is physical defense, right? When we find out they're not writing or they're not using the correct software, we can use AI to actually scan the networks now to have it come back and do rapid asset inventory management to tell us where we have issues. Where are we going away from doing spreadsheet management is actually some of the things that we're doing. I hate to say it with the HR person here. We are writing a tool to rewrite position descriptions to align to the DCWF. Now, a position description is a painful thing to do inside the government workforce. I just want to go on the record as saying that we know that it's painful. We have cut the total amount of time from 4.5 years to 6 weeks. And it's because we got organized. I want to say that one again. We got organized, not the human resources department, because their no is based on the fact we didn't follow their rules. So if you can kind of see the symbiotic relationship here, the AI told us what we were doing wrong. And so we figured out how to get it right. We could not communicate to them in a way that allowed them to go, yes, faster. Well, guess what? That's the problem with the cyber people. They have to figure out how to give an answer out to the masses so they can go faster. So for all the vendors in here, if you are not doing the supply chain risk management framework as one of your base things of delivery, it's going to get difficult to get adopted inside the Department of Defense. And I don't care who you talk to. The supply chain is the one that's causing the biggest hurdle. By show of hands, anybody know how many FSMA controls that is? Right off the bat, 410. I want to make sure everybody knows. It wasn't me, it was NIST. NIST did it, wasn't us. But we were ordered to do it. SSDF, 81 security controls. Artificial intelligence risk management framework, adversarial risk management framework, 210. Not us. We didn't do it. These are what we are told to do. So imagine we decided to help have the AI tell us how can we communicate to make it easier so that we can rapidly use the AI engine to figure out where you are, where you're not. We turned it into a mathematical model. And if you walk in and you did 310 of the controls, we actually come back and tell you all the laws that we're going to have issues with you, and we can do it in under 3 minutes. We have now been using AI to map federal laws to all the FSMA controls. It's called the Harmonization Act. Some of you may have heard it before. Anyone know what the Evidentiary Act is? It makes every cyber person criminally liable for any cybersecurity mistake that they make. And we call that the Hillary Clinton law, if anyone's curious where that came from. We also call it the Edward Snowden law. So all of those things are held against us. And so sometimes we have to say, no, it's not something that we're doing out of spite. It's because we actually know what we're supposed to be doing. How do we stop saying no and empower folks to get to yes faster? So what's the pathway to yes? Our former CIO was very clear with us when she said, I'm tired of you guys always saying no. Y'all better figure out how to say the word yes more often than you say no. And when you say no, it better be you're stomping your foot, throwing a temper tantrum no, because it cannot be done. So we started coming up with ways. By being clear and communicating the minimum requirements, we are now having the first cloud service, which is actually Platform One, go through a very strict process to be the first ever DoD system with continuous authority to operate. Now, I talk about the CAKE a lot, so it's a joke. CAKE stands for Continuous Assessment, Knowledge, and Education Model. It tells us where the mistakes are being made by the users in the field so we can rapidly go to them and say, here are the 7 instructions we need you to read, and you're done with them, pick up the phone, and we're going to tell you how to get around it faster, right? So the Rev 4 to Rev 5 is huge. If anyone gets bored, you will find that the Patriot Act is embedded in the NIST 853 Rev 5, and it has to do with categorization. So when I tell you we had to write an AI tool, it's because we found out of 2,141 systems, 1,278 systems that were miscategorized and were in direct violation of federal law. That would have taken us 9 to 10 months. We did it in an afternoon. That's because we're starting to use AI to get more efficient so that we can bring lethality to the workforce. Hopefully that helps.
Any other responses on the AI opportunities?
All right. So yes, it is not all doom and gloom. So without a doubt, NCIS utilizes AI to be more effective and be better at what we do. A good example of that is we have a concept that we've been doing with a lot of the defense contractors out there that have contracts with critical technology that NCIS cares about. So there are specific high-end technologies that the Navy's identified that NCIS is looked to protect. And those companies that work on that, we'll go to them and we'll talk to them and talk to their cyber division and talk to their people who are trying to prevent intrusions into the networks and the theft of that technology that they're working on for the Navy with it. And what we've done is we have a questionnaire we give to them and we understand better of a little bit more about their company and what it is. And from that questionnaire, we use large language modeling to build out a bunch of documents for it, a bunch of white papers, bunch of different kinds of emails and documents and things that we can stage on that network. And then we put controls around that to ensure that, it shouldn't be accessed by anybody on with it. It's not really anything that says, hey, does this or that. It's just random data that's created by this large language model that we put on that looks enticing to an adversary that if they get into that network, they're like, that's interesting. I want to go see what that is. And when they access that, it alerts the IT who call us, and then we start looking into that and figuring out, right? So what does that do? That helps bring down that dwell time within that company that they may never have known that there was an adversary in there. Because look, cybersecurity is hard. Protecting your networks is hard, overworked. We talked about it before. Don't have enough people, losing people all the time. We're bringing in new people, having to train them. They're not going to have the expertise to really understand. So anything that we can do to help help those companies identify what's going on and go back to them and say, hey, here's what we're seeing. Here's what we know about it. And then they can then understand, okay, what was the threat vector they got in from? How can we close that threat vector and start doing that on it? So we are using AI. That's just one example, but we are using AI on our side to be proactive in that counterintelligence law enforcement world to better protect the technologies out there.
All right. Well, any other?
I was just going to add that there's a tremendous opportunity, and it's actually the position of the administration that we as a nation seize the moment to innovate. Federal agencies have extensive AI inventories that they have posted on AI.gov. But I think to Oki's point, and the GAO could definitely back this up, a lot of these projects do not succeed. And so if you look closely at M2521, one of the important additions to that guidance and to that memorandum is that agencies are able to demonstrate the positive impact of AI implementations in their organization. So that's some kind of benefit to mission. So as we're deploying these solutions, we need to think about how we can measure and show that there was a return on investment that is significant. So again, as we're looking at deploying solutions and we're looking at working with folks in agencies, being able to support those outcomes is, I think, what's going to be critical in sustaining these innovations.
All right. Well, Tom's out in the audience with a microphone. If any of you in the audience have questions, please raise your hand and he will get to you.
Don't be shy. Okay, we got a question up here. I'm going to keep the mic. Jason Miller taught me one thing: keep the mic. If you can introduce yourself.
The mic, yeah.
I'm going to hang on to the mic.
Force of habit. Good morning. My name is Sachin Shetty. I'm a chief cyber scientist with AI Comply. So I think I'm glad that you guys shared a lot of opportunities for AI. So the question that I have specifically is the opportunities in expediting the RMR process, especially for companies like us, which develop AI software. And we are trying to see how to cut down the time that AI software products take. So this is flipping back to the automation plus AI on the EMAS meets you, because you started to work with EMAS, right? And so what does that look like?
I'd love to answer that question.
You're on.
So as I think we touched on it earlier. So for A1 in particular, we have a landing zone. We're optimizing the landing zone. And that means we are putting in the guardrails, identifying the common shared services. So that includes the AI capabilities, AI tools, dev tools, essentially managed CI/CD pipeline. One in particular, we're also introducing the closure restricted network. Instead, like for instance, if anyone has an AFWorks or SIBR effort and it has an A1 flavor, instead of them that SIBR doing their own in their own little, I'm going to invite you into our house, right? So right in the beginning, as you're developing whatever that AI model, whatever that is, it's going to be behind the security stack, but you're also going to have access to the common shared services, which all are approved. So as you go into the different phases, you're already, cybersecurity is baked in 100%. So then there's no surprises later. What I spent a lot of my time is a SIBR effort, or AFWorks SIBR effort that's already in phase 3, and we're trying to fit it into the ecosystem. So again, I'm baking in that opportunity right in advance. So then thus, I know that there's a lot of companies that can provide a container that will do something wonderful, but if it's on its own as a separate landing zone in your own, I don't really want to trust it. But then again, getting the right pieces together with the guardrail so that I can invite the right people to ensure that we can get to where we to. And as that thing is developed, you inherit a lot of the things from the ecosystem. So then the road to an ATO, wherever that common sense ATO is going to be, a lot of it's already there.
So what I would say to you, a lot of organizations will come to the Department of Defense and not have done any of the cybersecurity work. And so it makes it very difficult for us to say yes when we have to basically go back and re-engineer and bolt on the security. So for the mission partners that we are looking for, cannot stress enough that if you download the Cybercake, it will absolutely tell you exactly what we, the Chief Information Security Office for the Department of Air Force that oversees every discussion on ATO within the DAF. We own all the authorizing officials, all the security control assessors. We are the people that say, nope, you're not doing that. That is our job. Okay. So Mr. Bishop holds the Title 44 for both the Intel community and the non-Intel community. There's a lot of moving parts to that, right? So the Cybercake actually is a multi-layer approach to explain how you create a cyber program that we're required to do by federal law. However, embedded in there is a step-by-step process for how you could build a playbook so that when you walk in and you say, we want to go to IL5, we believe we are a moderate system. You absolutely know what the security controls are. We're not playing that got a secret. So cyber folks are notorious. Anybody been in the room where you walk in, you're like, I'm good to go. And then cyber person says, oh yeah, what about this? You didn't do this. Anybody been in the room for that? Right. That's how I got into cyber. I just want to make sure everybody understands. That's how I got into cyber. I was a software developer and I got really mad because it seemed like every time we went 5 forward steps, we took 20 steps backwards because someone came up with a new security standard that no one knew anything about. That is not what we're doing at the Department of Air Force. The intent was to say, if you do not come to us with a quantum resistant capability, we want to know that up front. That is a mandate. That is a huge mandate from our national security manager. It's coming out of the White House. Thou shalt will do. We can't even buy certain pieces and parts right now if it doesn't meet that criteria. So we're putting those pieces and parts in place. We're building a process where if the control doesn't make logical sense, so platform one is a perfect example. We don't do wireless. Why are you making us do wireless controls? And we have to turn around and tell them, it's part of the zero trust baseline. You have to do it. But we don't have wireless. Great. So we had to go and build a process, except that the process requires them to go back and do a tailoring. Then they have to go back through a categorization process. It is a pain. So like, we have to do this for every control? Yeah. Well, who came up with that? And we told them, CNSS. So you're a national security system. Welcome to the real world. That's how you have to think about it, right? So Mr. Bishop has an inside joke. He doesn't say it very often, but there's 1,014 NIST security controls. If you really want to impress them, do them all, right? Because the 720 constitutes 72% of all the controls, and that is the minimum organizational security threat baseline that we have to do. It includes the MITRE ATARC framework. It includes all of the FITS requirements for 203, 204, 205, 200, 199. And if I sound like a broken record, it's because we spent a year and a half writing this thing. What happens when you don't build your cake right? Does anybody want to have a good laugh? The Skittles fall out, and the Skittles represent the data. And that's the reason why we were trying to go down that path. If we went out and tried to make this a bland cybersecurity statement discussion again, who's not interested? So we thought if we had a little bit of fun and said that everybody knows how to do their own type of barbecue. But did you know that a cake has to be done a specific way? For all the guys in here, a cake has to be made following directions. A cake cannot have a step missed. So if you decide that instead of putting 3 eggs in there, you're going to throw 4 in there, the cake's not going to come out right. And I'd love to tell you that as the guy that was the primary author of this paper, that this was my idea. It was not. I was sitting there talking to my wife, and my wife goes, your problem is you know how to cook. You don't know how to bake. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, men don't know how to bake. I was like, what does that mean? She goes, you guys do not know how to follow directions. I said, wait a minute. What are you trying to say? She goes, a cake requires discipline. There's nothing about you that says that you have that kind of, yes, I do. No, you don't. So think about that. Here's a person not trained in cybersecurity that listened to us complain about cybersecurity and said, if you describe it like a cake, people would get it. And what's really funny about it is that they did. We taught a room full of ISMs and ISSOs, and they got the cake in the first 3 tries. From there, it became its own thing. Did we intend to do that? Well, yes. When we took 5 OCO, DCO, full-blooded colonels out of the Department of Air Force and put them in a room and talked about cybersecurity, they fought like cats and dogs for 6.5 hours. We came back 2 weeks later and started talking about cake. They all agreed that it requires 3 eggs, a little bit of flour, a little bit of milk. And we're like, well, those are the ingredients to a cyber process. No, it's like this, it's like this. Before, they were fighting over terminology. Now they're fighting over what's the process to build a cake. The end result is we cut the timeline that it teaches the non-cyber person to understand it. And we make throughputs because now we're automating everything behind it. So EMAS has very specific linguistic questions for an NLP engine. For example, is it NSS? What is the computer logic behind EMAS on that? Well, here's the little secret. There is none. Zilch. It's just an artifact. That doesn't work for us at the staff. We have too many problems. So we simply are writing our own NLP engine to get it done. I am the chief principal architect. So that's my task. And so within that construct, we went from 0. We are now at a 75% accuracy and validation. We are now spending less than an hour a week doing a full end-to-end GAO, DOD, IG analysis report against all of our NIPR systems. And the whole thing is coded and it takes less than 17 minutes. So that kind of gives you an idea. That's because we're not going fast enough for our mission partners. So like A1 says, I need the answer to this question. It would take us 6 months. That's OBE. If we can't give the answer to them and by the end of the day, we failed in our mission to make it so they can do theirs. And so that's our mission goal that we've now adopted. So as the chief cyber, quantum, and cognitive information services architect for the entire Department of the Air Force, where can we go fast begins by understanding what don't we do well. So prior to that, I was an efficiency expert. How do we go fast? So I'll let you in a little secret. We're not allowed to have a whole software development environment at the Chief Information Security Office. So we're using Microsoft products and we're using coding, and we are cutting corners as fast as we can, trying to get to where we're trying to get. And when we're done, we turn our results over to the DoD, and then they implement it on our behalf. So
I think we got
Well,
one more question.
All right. All right. Well, any
more-
other questions?
One
out
more
there?
good one. It's got to be great. Okay. No pressure or anything. I got full confidence in you.
Yeah, Kelvin Ruffin, Pretrial Services. Now, these questions are for everyone, but I'm going to say mainly for Dr. Stanley and Dr. Watchhorn. You have mentioned what I say the word of the day, ATO, new one, CAO, the continuous authority to operate.
Yes, sir.
And so ATO for AI, how has that changed per se? I think about it because when RPA was brand new, I had heartburn with the boundary aspect of the ATO. So now I'm wondering how that has changed with AI, and how do you get a continuous authority to operate in today's world? That's it.
Sure. So I think we need to be clear about what, an ATO means. An ATO is cybersecurity authorization. So that means that you've applied all of your 853 controls. For example, we're actually working on an 853 control overlay for AI to make this easier. That's something that we announced recently in a blog. But I think to what I talked about in the introduction, there's a challenge because I think people consider an ATO for their AI system to mean they've mitigated against all risks, which is not the case. So I think we've got to be clear about what we're talking about. This is for cybersecurity, which these are IT systems, so all of these cybersecurity regimes apply. That means continuous monitoring. That means all of your data protection stuff. That means zero trust. That means, all of those aspects apply. And we don't necessarily know how those controls and how those protections contribute to mitigating against these AI risks. These are in the trustworthy domain that, we can talk about, offline here. But they actually all apply, and there's a path to getting to a continuous authorization, but from a cybersecurity perspective.
So artificial intelligence at its heart is still an IT product. The process to get something accredited is the same exact process as you would do for a typical IT system. There are caveats to that, caveats that are not necessarily specifically a cyber problem. If you look at the AI risk management framework, the cyber nerds are responsible for literally one section of it, right? How is the model working? How is it being measured? How is it being, that is not a cyber thing. Hopefully I say this right with my colleague. That is not us.
Measure 2.7.
So that is where the AI engineers, the AI expertise. If you go take a look at the very first statement inside the AI risk management framework, it talks about the word govern. That is cyber, okay? Did you properly follow these rudimentary things? In there, those are reverse mapped to the cybersecurity framework, and they're also reverse mapped to the privacy framework. They are a direct correlation and relationship. So the speed button is if you have any privacy in there, you need to do the privacy framework, which has been recently updated about 3 months ago to the privacy framework 1.1. There was no security controls that were dropped for that because it's still in the draft format. Mr. Bishop did not agree with that. We used AI to do it. Right? So we now have inside the DAF, the AI risk management framework for artificial intelligence reverse map to the cybersecurity framework. Okay, all elements of the cake, so that I'm clear. When you get into a continuous ATO, each of the different military departments, which is the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, have been delegated the authority to nominate a given product. So for right now, one of our products that we've nominated is one of our dev security ops, and they are punching a hole really, really fast to try to get to the finish line. When they are done, they will have implemented continuous monitoring, active defense, and the entirety of the supply chain risk management framework. They will have implemented the MITRE ATARC framework. They will have done their FIPS requirements. They will have done everything that we could possibly think that shows the DoD CIO, which owns the Cato process. We are building it for them right now as we speak. It has been a very difficult process. It's because it requires agreement, right? How do we do repeatable process? Because I can tell you right now, just with our friends in Platform One, just in our friends in the different areas, we have 5 people out of 28 people inside the Department of Air Force CISO's office working on it around the clock. We have meetings every 2 weeks. We meet on it every other Thursday. In addition to that, we have to brief the Chief Information Security Officer every 2 weeks, know whether he wants it or not. Then we have to brief it to the DoD CIO. When we found out that there was not a continuous monitoring security control baseline, that was not a good enough answer. We had to go and build it. When we found out we didn't have an active defense security control baseline to do the accreditation, we went and built that. When Platform One came back and said, this is crazy, you're dumping all this crap on us, this is unfair, we had to then go and say, okay, this is going to be done by the CSSP, this is going to be done here, this is going to be done there. Because we've been asked to figure out where can we leverage existing capabilities so that we don't impact. Continuous authority to operate is based on a NIST presentation that was done in 2014. And I was the owner of that presentation, and we actually called it a continuous assessment to operate. That was not actually originally called authorization. So imagine, if you will, with 5 regular expression questions, you could click a little button and it would actually create all the paperwork that you needed in order to get your accreditation. It would create your assessment document out of thin air. That's what the original concept was. Dr. Hans Munz was working with me at some agency I'm not allowed to say out loud, and he was the head of the continuous diagnostic and monitoring. We married the 2 concepts together and said if you did CDM with this particular process, you could have a continuous authorization to operate construct. But it's got mandates. The DoD CIO, Mr. Dave McEwen, owns that process exclusively. He is the only one authorized to give a Cato out. We've had a lot of organizations declare that they had a Cato, and our good friends at the GAO have told us to stop doing that, and they've told us to take that system offline, or they've told us to data the system because it didn't meet their expectations. So to give you a very clear, DevSecure Ops, because of its nature, is the first one out of the box. Once we get it done, the intent is to share it with the entire Department of Defense to automate the entire process. We are showing right now, we went from a paper trail that was taking us 18 to 26 months to do accreditation. I want to make sure we're all clear. We're at 80% completed, and we've automated almost 50 to 70% of that process, to including giving them the continuous monitoring, the security controls, the ODPs, which is one of the things that Dr. Michaela Ogoria created out of NIST, which is basically one of the greatest things she's ever come up with, in my personal opinion. But the end result is when you go to the cloud, you can now start defining the infrastructure, the platform, the software as a service, ODPs, implement them immediately, and have automatic assessment and analysis and come back and tell you very quickly. When you take a look at what Ms. Arrington is talking about, who's the acting DoD CIO, SWIFT is the Supply Chain Risk Management Framework. The SSDF, if it has AI, you have to do the AI Risk Management Framework. She's trying to figure out how to make it go even faster. So if you have not read that memo, it's a great read. It's very straightforward. We have to figure out how to go faster inside the Department of Air Force in order to meet operational needs. We cannot be the long tent in the tent pole anymore from a cyber perspective. We have to get operational. We have to be able to meet the needs and the demands. And when we don't, we are the ones that are causing the security risk.
All right. Well, I think that's time for us. Give everyone a round of applause for being such great panelists.
Thanks, Jory. Great job. I let it go a little long. Seemed like the discussion was going pretty well. Thank you all. And we're going to dive into this is actually developed into one of my favorite programs that we've done. And it's basically, we do these lightning tech talks, and it really makes us get to the point really quick. So we have our first victim. Our next person up is Matt Marsden, who's Senior Director, Solutions Consulting at Palo Alto Networks. And Matt, no pressure or anything. You're going to dazzle us for 7.5 minutes. You're welcome to go back here. We've got the clicker.
Sure. All righty. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you to ATARC for putting together this wonderful event, and thank you to everybody who took the time out of their busy day to come out here. As Todd said, my name is Matt Marsden. I lead the technical solutions team for our federal business at Palo Alto Networks. And one of the benefits of my role is that working for the world's largest pure play cybersecurity company, I get to talk to folks like you and your peers every day about what you're doing in the realm of cybersecurity and AI. Every conversation that I have today includes both of those things, cybersecurity and AI, and they really fall into two different types of conversations. The first type is, how are we as Palo Alto Networks using AI in our product development? How are we implementing it securely and ethically? And how are we using it to supercharge our products that we deliver to you? And the second type of conversation is about how we help you as a consumer and as a developer use AI in your efforts to develop and deliver capabilities to your team and your missions. Today, I want to talk about the latter, but there's a little bit of the former that is baked into that. I come from 25 years in the government. I've been doing this a long time. We joked earlier, Michael and I, about the fact that we've done cybersecurity since before it was called cybersecurity, back when it was IT and signals intelligence specifically for me. So this is very near and dear to my heart. One of the things that I have the opportunity to do at Palo Alto Networks is to specifically see how missions are affected by the implementation and the usage of AI. Just as a show of hands, how many people in the room have used some sort of AI or generative AI application today? Okay, what about this week? And this month? Okay, so that's a pretty significant sample of the room. And I would argue that this is probably a more AI forward and technical crowd than most, but this is a microcosm of what we see in society. The use of generative AI in applications is absolutely compounding and exploding at a rate that is significant. It affects everything that we do today, whether it is the way that we navigate or perform enterprise search or internet search, all the way down to the way that we order dinner sometimes for delivery. So this is a traditional application infrastructure. This should look very similar or familiar to many of you. Typical three-tier architecture. You've got your web front end, you've got the application itself, and then you've got the data that supports it. All of that runs on the infrastructure that powers the application. There are inherent security risks with this, and we've been dealing with those for a long time. When you add artificial intelligence to the application, it's not just as simple as plugging in an LLM. You actually change the architecture and the entire security stack that powers your application. With this comes some significant vulnerabilities and risks, both in the data and in the large language model part. So we have a very short period of time today to talk about a very long and deep topic. So I just want to hit a couple of the wave points, things that we're seeing today from a vulnerability and attack perspective as they apply to generative AI. Here, and I know this is kind of difficult to see, the first type that we're going to talk about is prompt injection. And this is simply using the functionality that's baked into the application to engineer a prompt in a way that makes the application to do something that is malicious or nefarious and not what it's intended to do, but using the guardrails that are baked into the application. Here we see an example of an operator telling the agent to act in a way that will allow it to release sensitive information. Another typical attack that we see today is the use of insecure outputs or malicious URLs. This is done through model tampering or data poisoning. Toxic data input leads to toxic data output. The example that you see here on the screen is simply a person asking a normal question, and the response includes a URL to a malicious website. And then the last example here, based on our traditional Gen AI architecture, is sensitive data leaks. This is always a problem when you deal with sensitive data that's used to train your models. And you have these systems that are built in and tied into your enterprise systems. There are ways to inject prompts and engineer prompts in a way that it can potentially release sensitive information. In this case, we see some account information that's inadvertently leaked through a typical response. When we get into agentic AI, which is sort of a third tier or third revolution in the generative AI application world, we add a completely new set of threat vectors, and that is through both the action capabilities that the agent is built to deliver and the memory, most importantly, the memory that is used to make that agent perform. So two other novel attack techniques that are built into this. specifically is memory poisoning. This is where the user of the agent has the ability to create a prompt and engineer that prompt in a way that it is going to go beyond the guardrails that are built into the application and report some sort of typically hidden or forbidden output. In this case, it's a sensitive function baked into the query. And tool misuse as well. Tool misuse is just using nefarious methods to get the agent to perform something that you didn't intend it to do, or the developers tried to prohibit through code. In this case, again, this is calling back a function in order to pull sensitive data from that database backend. So in order to protect applications and agentic applications in a generative AI world, there are really 5 general pillars that you need to pay attention to. The first one is model scanning. This is the ability to, in real time, look at your models and identify whether the data has been poisoned or the model's been tampered with. Posture management. This is similar to cloud security posture management or endpoint posture management, where you want to do a real-time review of the security posture of the application and all of the data elements that are connected to it. Look at permissions and ensure that configurations are correct. Another one is AI red teaming, and this is a relatively new introduction into the way that we're securing AI applications. And this is using AI to secure the AI application itself, similar to what was referenced earlier on the panel. AI red teaming allows for continuous learning and development of that AI red team to build and create new attack vectors based on real-time information so that you can expose and ultimately report on vulnerabilities within the application with recommendations on how to close those vulnerabilities. Next is runtime security, being able to look at your application as it moves across the infrastructure that hosts it, look at inputs and outputs and identify malicious data, look for tampering, and look for misconfigurations such as resource manipulation. And then last but not least is the AI agent security itself, making sure that the AI agents that are in use are configured properly and that there's no identity manipulation or workarounds that are baked into that agent. So all of these pillars come together to perform what is a real holistic security function for your AI applications. We have a product today at Palo Alto Networks called Prisma AIRS, which is the AI runtime solution. This provides all 5 of those capabilities to your applications as they run across the infrastructure of your choice. My team and I will be here all day. We're in the back of the room. We'd love the opportunity to talk to you about where you are in your AI journey and how we can help you to deploy your applications bravely. Thank you very much.
Hey, hang on, Matt. I got you for one little follow-up.
Sure.
Okay. I was talking to Chris Krebs, who was the first national director of CISA. I think it was secretary of CISA. I asked him where we are offense and defense. He thought 6 months ago defense was ahead on AI in cyber. Is the offense, where are we? Is it even? Is it offense ahead? Is defense holding steady?
There's always a race condition there, right? My background is in the intelligence community, more on the offensive side of cybersecurity, but those powers were put to good use in protecting and defending our networks as well. The panel alluded earlier to the fact that our adversaries are using the same tools that we are, right? So we are constantly in a race against the adversary to most effectively use and implement tools so that we can keep that competitive edge. Optimistically, I'd say the defenders are winning. However, this is a never-ending race.
Yep. Well, round of applause. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
It's fantastic. Next Tech Talk, we have Jason Bala, who's VP of DoD programs at Electrosoft. And I have been to your headquarters. It's a few hundred yards away, isn't it? So at least you didn't have to go far. We got the mic up here and knock him dead.
All right. All right. Good morning. So my name is Jason Bala. I am a vice president of DoD programs at Electrosoft. I've had the privilege of being in the cyber operations and security of operations for the last 30 years in my career as an Air Force cyber operations officer, and now on the government contracting side, developing cyber operations and capabilities. And so what we're going to look at today is really about that people problem we were talking about earlier. As we're trying to solve the skill gaps, that's what we want to to really focus on a couple of use cases. So while I'm not the AI expert, our director of AI and innovation, Scott Wilson, and I work together very closely as I bring the operational aspect to this. The first use case that we're going to take a look at is cyber personnel training and skill enhancement. And the second one is on security operations enhancement. How do we help those analysts do a better job as they're moving through this? Quick background, it was mentioned earlier, the DCWF, that DoD 8140 was signed on in February of 23. It's changing the focus on how it's not just about having the experience or a certificate, it's about having the capabilities to do the job. So we need to focus on changing the way we look at our workforce so that we're bringing the right capabilities with the right, as the technology is changing very quickly. It really has to focus on the knowledge, skill, the ability, and the training for each of those positions. So with that as a backdrop, we are building capabilities with some AI tools and generative AI to provide those personalized and effective training. And we've listed 3 different areas that we see significant advancement in here. That personalized learning path for each individual, that generative AI is truly learning the capabilities of the individual and furthering their solutions so that they can move quicker into the capabilities. That development and higher retention is also an important aspect because they feel like they're being successful more quickly. Those realistic simulations, generative AI is able to continue to keep up with what's happening in technology as well as in the threat vectors and create those realistic simulations and building those skill sets. It truly is improving incident response for our personnel. The optimized knowledge base, it's an ongoing thing that we've always struggled with in cyber operations. And so using generative AI is really helping us to organize, standardize, and keep that knowledge base up to speed so that it is the most up-to-date dynamic environment. This graphic is nothing more than some of the modeling that we're doing to bring the learning and that training capability into some generative AI learning tools that we are now applying internally and with some of our customers to help some of the workforce get up to speed faster. So that's number 1. Number 2 is now enhancing the capabilities of our SOC analysts. The SOC analysts are working with lots of data, lots of dashboards. There are many different AI tools that are already being introduced into the security operations centers. One of the things that we're looking at is actually building that interactive AI solution with the dashboards for the SOC analysts to further enhance those capabilities. What we're finding is that this is truly helping them, the analysts themselves, definitely focus on smarter threat detection and prioritization, which is improving the accuracy of that incident response. Also accelerated incident response. That focus on getting to the problem sooner in a vast amount of data and threat vectors is a critical part of any security operations center. Enhanced analyst productivity. They are able to get more results faster. And that's really that interactive chatbot that is giving you ideas and solutions and incident response according to the playbooks is critical. And then bridging that skill gap is really getting the analysts up to the speed they need to be sooner with that shorter turn time in that capability. This is an eye chart. I know you won't be able to see much of it, but this is kind of a mocked up model of a dashboard in a security operations center that is bringing all the different datas and dashboards. But at the top there is that chatbot that the agent is, the analyst is interacting directly with the LLM, and that AI, generative AI is then helping to bring that information together in an interactive manner for that analyst so that they can get to that data sooner and the incident response sooner. So was a speed round. That was a couple of the use cases that we've been looking at and working on. And so thank you very much.
No, thank you. Before we let you go, you're a SOC analyst. Where are you going to get your artificial intelligence from? It's from tools that are already commercially available. How do you pull the Lord of the Rings and pull all that together and have like a super AI bot or something?
And good point. Obviously, for security purposes, you're not using external AI chatbots. But there are definitely LLMs that you can import into a secure environment. And then what we're doing then is training those LLMs using our own data in secure environments.
Well, round of applause. Thank you very much. Glad everybody's spending time with our partners. I was talking to Christian over there at the, at our friends over at Netscope, securing generative AI for dummies, basically. Nice. I'm going to be taking this one home. It's a keeper. Thank you. Anyway, if we get everybody to their seats, staff, can we get people to our seats? Yep. Anyway, good first panel. Good times here. Next, we're going to have with us Keith Nelson, who's head of public sector marketing at OpenTech. Going to kick us off with a tech talk, and then we're going to work with John Curran over there at Meritalk. We got a big cyber panel coming on up. Keith, welcome. You want to just go back there? I think we got it. Okay. I will keep you honest. Trust me on that.
How about that?
Okay.
Hello, everyone. You guys like puzzles? I like them a lot. What kind of puzzles do you guys like? Jigsaw, crossword, the New York Times, Wordle, connections, all that stuff is great. I love it because I feel like at the end of it, when I put the last piece in or fill in the last Sudoku square, I feel a sense of accomplishment. I've followed the rules. I've been able to solve it, used my mind, stretched some things, and finished. I feel this is really great. But when it comes to cybersecurity, the dimensions always change. The rules keep changing. AI has kind of shifted the shapes and the colors and everything about it. So you never have that satisfaction of putting the last piece in and thinking, gosh, that was good. There's always something around the corner. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about our AI tool and how we can help government stay ahead of the cyber threats being introduced by AI and an AI tool to help accomplish that. So my name is Keith Nelson. I've been at OpenText for about 3 years. Prior to that, I was in government service at multiple government federal agencies. And so I appreciate all of you guys and what ATARC does to bring industry and government together. Especially now, it's great to have everybody come out today and learn from all of these great panelists. So we're talking about DevSecOps and trying to make it more than a slogan, more realistic, trying to build in that security at the left, the earliest part of development. But it's really becoming something that's necessary to insert security throughout the entire life cycle of development. So the earlier the better, yes, true, but also continuous, and as things change, you've got to continue to work on the security angle. And the pre-release tools matter more and more during the testing and development stages. Software composition analysis is becoming pretty much a standard practice, most cited out of the pre-release tools, organizations. 90% of applications are scanned more than one time a week. These are good trends towards security at all levels of the development process. Reasons vary, but a big A big risk is supply chain breaches. Shows that scanning must be done throughout that software lifecycle development. So when we talk to the government CISOs that we work with, these are the three areas that they're primarily focused on. We talked about people, technology, and processes, and trying to engage developers early on and with security testing process is key, and that becomes more and more important as we go on, especially if there's a change in personnel, which is typical. Trying to mature the DevSecOps infrastructure by centralizing vulnerability monitoring and reporting to break the silos. That's always going to be a challenge. And then finally, on processes, look carefully at open source code to detect weaknesses and omissions in the SBOM. This is what's happening and pretty typical of most government security operations. To address these issues, OpenText has a long-running application security tool. You may know it as Fortify on Demand. We've renamed it Core Application Security. And it is a platform that has three components, and it brings them all together. There's a comprehensive API security for any application across a hybrid of environments. It also includes web and mobile application security testing. It includes shift left security for cloud native, and it gains visibility across third-party software components, including the open source, and sub 5-minute scan times. This has been built up over time to develop a pretty robust application security platform. And we have, major organizations reliant on it. You heard a lot from the Air Force this morning. That's one of our key customers for our web application testing. But, our numbers are strong. We have 100% SCA true positive rate, 95% reduction in false positives. This is globally. We cover 30 plus programming languages, 1,399 vulnerability categories detected, and 1 million APIs covered. Gartner has named this product a leader in their Magic Quadrant annually for the last 10 years. So we've built a pretty strong, robust situation with this tool. Now, there's still a problem. There's still the guy tearing his hair out because those developers, when they're handed a list of vulnerabilities, there's a lot of work that has to get done, and the work piles up. And this is the challenge with the static analysis. We wind up, burdening the developer and kind of taking them away from doing the new work, the innovation, and you put them in a backward-looking posture and say, recode this to address these security issues. So that's the headache. That's why the puzzle never gets fixed. That's why there's always a new piece that has to be added. It continues to go on. Now, this is how we're bringing AI to the fore, and all of those things our application security testing platform can do. We're including AI. Now, OpenText is a large company. I call it a cybersecurity plus company. We do a lot more than cybersecurity. We develop a lot of applications ourselves, but we've developed a lot of AI over the last 30 years. We have 371 AI-related patents as a company since 2000, and we've done some cyber AI milestones, which includes a financial risk calculator, an ML audit assistant algorithm to improve accuracy and reduce false positives, an ML-driven threat intelligence tool, real-time ML-based anti-phishing to dynamically categorize the page content. So we've built up an AI legacy, but we're using the Google Llama model to add a generative AI component to our core application. And what it does is it helps write the code to fix the security weaknesses. And it doesn't apply that code, but it brings it to the developer and says, hey, this looks like this could fix the weakness that the system has identified. So it saves a lot of work, saves a lot of steps, and it helps developers work a lot smarter and a lot less, tearing their hair out. It kind of brings the puzzle back into the original dimensions that we originally thought. So it really shreds that security backlog. It becomes less of a burden on the developer. It frees up their time to actually develop what they're trying to do, which is to build applications. And it reduces friction. So it helps put the security vulnerability code in context. It helps realize what might be impacted by this, and kind of arms that developer with the tools to quickly address those weak spots and move forward with their day. So we don't have a demo here, but I encourage you to reach out to me or reach out to the company and set that up and see how it works, because it's really powerful. And you can see a little bit of a screenshot if you squint your eyes and see, it brings up the code and says, this is where we think this code can fit against that vulnerability that we've identified. And so this is our full stack platform. We've added the generative AI component, which we call Aviator. That's our brand name, but it covers static and dynamic testing. It covers SCA, and now it has this generative AI component to help write the code to assist your developers to shore up those weaknesses. And we're proud to say we're on the FedRAMP marketplace. This is not something new for us. We've been there since 2015. OpenText has other FedRAMP components. That's why there's 3 listed there. But the Fortify, or the application security, core application security is listed there as well since 2015. We're on AWS GovCloud. We are JAB certified, in the process of getting IL4, and that is our latest and greatest way that we're incorporating AI into what we're currently delivering across the federal government. Thank you.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I remember Fortify. That was like the granddaddy of them all. And Roger Thornberry, I don't know if you know Roger. He was in the original. I actually gotten to know him. He's over at Ballistic Ventures. I love how you're putting a wrapper, this generative AI wrapper, over all your products and services. Seems like that's kind of a wave of the future.
In a way, what we've seen Aviator does is it streamlines the training. So you don't have to go through quite as much to figure out how to access all of the tools that an application can provide. It kind of guides you and says, oh, you have that problem? Oh, this is how to do it. So
how did you navigate all your product teams on this? I'm going to kind of get in. I'm just curious.
People have said, oh, I don't know who OpenText is. This is by the numbers. We've got 25,000 global staff, 150 end users of our technology, and we have 6 cybersecurity is one of 6 technology portfolios. So we use, because those 6 are always developing applications and sending them out to the marketplace, commercial and government, we need to use Fortify on ourselves to continuously scan and test and look for vulnerabilities. And so we're happily starting to use our own Aviator system to guide us through that. So we guinea test ourselves before we introduce it to the marketplace.
Great. Well, thank you. Round of applause. I really learned a lot. That was fantastic. Next, we have my friend, John Curran. He's right here. Hi, John. Do I have an extra mic? Okay, I have one, but that I usually use for questions. I will loan it to you. Okay. We might have another one back there. We got a lot of mics.
Hello. Good morning. I'm John Kern with Meritalk. I get the pleasure of leading our news gathering efforts. So if you get newsletters from us, you go to our website where we present daily news about what government does with technology. That's what we do. Appreciate it if you patronize us. And if you don't, please check us out at meritalk.com. Very happy to be back here and be asked back by ATARC to lead a panel. This one's a really, really good one. We're going to talk about AI, obviously, AI and cyber, but very specifically securing data within that. I will open with my small AI joke, which is not really a joke. It's not all that funny, but we cover so much AI stuff. It is such a dynamic area that my joke is you can talk about AI in government and there's yet no wrong answer to a question because it's moving so quickly. The applications are so broad. So to shed a little bit of light on that, we have a really great lineup of panelists. Out there in Zoom land, which I hope you can see on the screens, we have Colonel Travis Hartman. He's Chief Technology Officer, Army Forces Command in the U.S. Army. We have David Volker, Standardization Officer, Naval Warfare Systems Command, U.S. Navy. We have Dr. Murat Kantarglu, Professor and Commonwealth Cyber Initiative Faculty Fellow at Virginia Tech. We have Derek Mueller, Cybersecurity Advisor at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency within DHS. We have Daniel Buchholz, who is Red Cell Chief, Monitoring and Incident Response Division at the State Department. And last but absolutely not least, we have Tamara Lilly, who is Assistant Inspector General, Cybersecurity and IT Audits, Office of the Inspector General at U.S. Health and Human Services. So a lot of range of experience there, a lot of people working on missions. Also the education and auditing piece, I think are very, very interesting. So we're going to start out with probably the most important question. And panelists, as you think about your answer, if at all possible, no requirement, but bonus points awarded, because AI comes in so many flavors these days, so classical, generative, and agentic. And so if it's possible, within the answers that you can give, and we know that you work on missions where not everything's going to be answered publicly, if you can shed any light on that. So Colonel Hartman, we're going to start with you. A question is, how can AI be leveraged by federal agencies to enhance data security?
Awesome. Well, hey, appreciate the opportunity to respond. And I'm going to go with the agentic response. And with that, don't focus on the data security aspect of it. Focus on the efficiency with your staff. If I can have the agent go through my calendar, see what the meetings were, and send that 5-bullet email, cool. I just got 10 minutes back. If I can do that across the 700,000 people in my organization, that starts to turn out to real time. But anything where we can get efficiencies, and yes, it's a bit of a joke because Army and soldiers didn't have to do the 5 bullets, but there's many things that we do that are repetitive, that are and I think if you ask any young soldier, they'll tell you their joy for repetitive, somewhat senseless seeming tasks. But if we can automate those things, that gives us time. I can harvest those hours and invest that in doing things around cybersecurity. So it's kind of an indirect approach, bring efficiency to the organization, leverage that efficiency, whether it's time or dollars, and then apply that to the cybersecurity problem. And I'm sure some of the other panelists will say how they can apply that.
Great. David Volker, same question to you, the very general one. How can AI be leveraged by an agency to enhance data security?
Yeah, for me, I think what I would do if I were in control of a federal agency and I was looking at the data security, I would implement AI to help me identify the types of data, especially legacy data, any type of new data, what kind of metadata tags and labels that they should have based on what's in that record for the data. Provide that, then also generate a notional ABAC rule for that. So, attribute based access control list rule for that, saying that anyone that wants to access this data, they must be able to present an entitlement in their authentication token that matches this metadata. And then based on what the AI believes that tag could be, that ABAC policy should be, they can push out a catalog of entitlements that security managers can go out to your IDP or your identity provider and add and assign to different people. So if you have people that are working in the cafeteria, maybe there's the lunch menu that's been tagged as far as its data, and we only want the people in the cafeteria to be able to have access to that, to update that lunch menu. And the same thing would happen for financial type of information that's in the environment, or let's say it's aircraft design data. I've looked through that and I've tagged it as this aircraft or that aircraft, and I want to make sure only the engineers and those folks that need access to that data actually can get access to the data. And that would actually give you a step ahead for all of your security managers, because we've basically given a notional data tag and labeling to all of our data using AI. And you can have a human follow up and double check those tags and then help train the AI to do a better job on the next data set using what we call data annotation, saying, hey, this is the preferred tag for this type of data. And so as the AI learns, it becomes better at tagging that data, providing a notional ABAC policy that will run in our policy decision points. And then it's a matter of the security manager saying, okay, these are the types of people that we want to have access to this based on their role in the organization. And then you can have the AI go out to the IDP and update the entitlements for those folks notionally. And again, having that human in the loop oversight to give that initial access to only those people that really need to have access to that data to do their job. Over.
Great answer. Um, Derek Mueller, let's hand it to you, and your perspective may be slightly different as a CISA person and kind of looking out for security of the federal civilian government.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Piggybacking off of David's comments there, he definitely talked about access control. That's one thing we focus on, but a big thing is classification. I mean, you're going through and you're automating, going through all the data discovery, but classification is one thing we're trying to push to. You're going to see like at the highest classification levels down to the lowest. Are you working on health information, your personal identifiable information? You're working on, secret, top secret, et cetera. That's probably a big thing right now that we see is handling all that vast amounts of data and trying to automate, whatever AI solution that's in place to basically parse through all of that to make sure, hey, is this actually, supposed to be at this classification level or not? So, it's after it starts learning through time, like this piece of information, correlated all together is supposed to be at this classification level, or this piece over here is supposed to be, over here at this level down here. After time, you won't really need anybody to go through that. It's going to know that in the future. It's going to classify. It's going to mark it correctly. And that's something that we're trying to, kind of train end users on to trust the process at the moment.
Great. Daniel, as a red teamer, as a red cell chief, you may have some unique looks at that. So the very broad question, how can AI be leveraged by federal agencies to enhance data security?
So actually, I think about it as more of a stick, right? Because now you have all these data sets that are being ingested, and historically the government is not very good with data categorization. We have all this information out there. It's not well labeled. People don't know where, how sensitive it is, how protected it is. Now you have something out there, the generative AI that's able to pull those as data sources and share them out. That's an incentive, a stick to get your users to actually get there and actually start categorizing that data on top of the automated tools that they're already doing. So it kind of gives us you gotta show them what the consequences of not doing, not protecting their data and labeling it and making sure that it's available.
Right. Tamara, this one's over to you, and I really would sort of appreciate your response because you are an auditor and you work for an IG's office, and so different than some of the practitioners here. And the question to you is, tell us how AI can be leveraged by agencies to enhance data security.
Thank you. And yes, from a different perspective. And it's okay. I am not here to audit anyone at this time. So with that said, I'm going to pivot just a little bit and go from what they've primarily described in terms of preventative ways. So integrating AI to help us identify and improve on how we prevent the bad thing from happening, and pivot a little bit to how we recover from when that bad thing happens. So detecting. So I want to focus instead on automated incident response and using AI to detect threats quicker, faster, and more effectively. So we're not chasing ghosts. And then helping the cybersecurity folks, or in this case, the incident response people, actually identify or react to what's been identified. Because the beauty with AI is the ability to analyze data, to know threats and know a great volume of those threats because it's been ingested, and then can constantly monitor the environment and then react. So being the eyes, the many eyes across our network to identify something that doesn't quite look right, and then suggest ways, or in some cases, be programmed the systems to react in a way to that specific known threat. So it's a slightly different look. And the reason why I'm passionate about this one is, as we're doing our audit work, we've been past the point of, we cannot prevent most things, especially as fast as AI is helping the adversary work. And so what we're seeing a lot of is the lack of ability to respond timely. Many can respond, but responding timely to stop that ransomware attack before you become incapacitated. And for many, that might not be as much of a problem, but we've been auditing hospitals, and it's devastating when a hospital cannot respond. And so relying on the human response is just not fast enough. So we're seeing and we're pushing for more use of AI in incident response and recovery.
Amazing. And in our next question, we'll sort of get to that even a little bit more deeply. Murat, your position is also unique on this panel anyway, from Virginia Tech's perspective, from a academic perspective, and you are out there, spreading ideas and you're teaching people. So your view on the kind of overview question of how do you leverage AI in a federal agency to improve your data security?
By the way, thanks for the advantage of being last is that some of the issues that I wanted to touch upon has been mentioned, like the access control and the data sensitivity. But at least in our research and our thinking is that we are advocating for using AI to check the data access. And in many of the attacks we have been seeing is that either an account has been hijacked, so the person has the right access to the data, but suddenly that account start downloading much more sensitive information, or an accountant person suddenly has interest in the HR database and so on. So one thing we are really recommending is that you need to have AI in place to dynamically check access to data and pinpoint data access anomalies. So this is beyond just access control or sensitivity. Of course, an important part of it is the data sensitivity. So suddenly if you're accessing very sensitive data and in much more volume and so on, this should be flagged. So that's one area. And what's been said about the logs is that, and this have two aspects. One is the dynamically, in the sense online, whenever someone's trying to access a database or a data resource, an AI should check for it, but it may not be enough online for various reasons. So you may have to look at the logs later on to check the accesses to figure out maybe there is something you missed. So so in other words, you have to integrate AI in all the part of data lifecycle and check every access and later on every log to make sure that you don't miss some kind of attack and try to prevent or stop the attack as soon as possible.
Right. Thank you for that. So you've all kind of touched on what question number 2 is, which is very specific to the role that AI plays in threat detection and anomaly identification. I mean, those are two sort of straight line thoughts about how one would use AI in this sense. We're going to take it back to our remote panelists. Colonel Hartman, tell us just a little bit more thoughts about value of AI in real-time threat detection and identifying anomalies.
Okay. So I'm going to say the scale that we're able to deal with, as well as not just in the number of active sensors, but when you've got terabytes of previous data that's been collected, being able to see what looks anomalous now and what may have been anomalous years ago. An interesting example of something that was gleaned from these volumes of data. And I'll use a commercial partner. They were working with their data set, and they noticed that some traffic that was just a little bit bizarre. It largely looked normal, but something was just starting to look a little bit off. And as they went back, they found a decade ago, a few of the IP addresses had been used by a cyber criminal gang that was pushing out ransomware. So that infrastructure had been put in place. It had been used when various companies started to identify that as sources of bad actors. They put it back on the shelf. But they kept it available. And when it started to get turned back on a decade later, many organizations had purged that information from their logs. Hey, that's not there. But there was a little hints of a pattern of source of certain activities that were happening, and being able to query back into the data set of the large volumes highlighted what was going on, and then that provided the specific things to look for. And so it wasn't just the reuse of that infrastructure, but other things were quickly identified, and it really prevented an adversary from turning back on capabilities they thought were no longer being monitored.
Great. David Volker, thoughts from you, just drill down a tiny bit more into that value for threat detection, for real-time threat detection, and for identifying anomalies.
Yeah, for me, I really see the role of AI in real-time threat detection as a partner to our SOC analysts, our security operations centers analysts, level 1, level 2, maybe level 3, even the SOC engineer, being able to detect those anomalies that happen in the network. So in our flank speed environment, we have 570,000 users possible using the system all at one time. Most of them are good citizens. They're doing what they're supposed to do. How do we pick out of all of those which ones are the bad actors, which ones that could possibly be a subverted account, and detect that information and get that information back to our cyber defenders so they can understand that there's something going on with either this person or this non-person entity, maybe a process running that isn't doing what we expect it to do. So as we verify what that proper operation should be, using our defined data pathway for a user in the network, talking to only devices that they need to talk to, defining that data pathway for processes and activities it should be doing. When it's not performing as expected, being able to produce a probability, basically a data point that there's a threat in the environment or something going in the environment, to get a human in the loop to do a further investigation. If we're able to fingerprint or identify at a high enough probability of a attack, we can automate the countermeasure to help the SOC member resolve the issue. So if it was a false positive, it was somebody working in the office and they were denied access, or they were required to re-authenticate just to ensure that it's that person, I think that's okay for maybe 15, 20-minute loss of productivity, and then them coming back in, and then the SOC member can sit there and look and bring more resources to bear on that person's activity just to verify it's not a subverted account. We don't have an insider threat. And if everything looks like it's on the up and up, maybe we'll give the person a phone call just to make sure it's them. And if it truly is them, we allow them to go ahead and continue to do their work. But really, I see it as that artificial intelligence, SOC member, somebody that can help us out with defending the network. It can also help us understand the bandwidth constraint that we provided that user, and to determine whether or not they're getting enough bandwidth, latency to be able to do the work they need to do, and conserve resources for valid, legitimate users. So really, that's where I see it playing as a role. It's multifaceted, quality assurance, but also help detecting security threats.
And hearing you all speak to it, it's sounding more and more indispensable on these two fronts. Daniel Buchholz, let's move over to you. Just a couple of thoughts about threat detection, anomaly identification, the necessity of that, and maybe the vitality of that.
I mean, this is actually what we want. I mean, my people play the role of aggressors, right? So we're out there trying to be like the bad guys out there. We're probably the only people here in IT that actually try to make our job harder every time that we do a test. We tell them how to better detect us. This is kind of some of the stuff that we're seeing here is you're offering something that was offered 10 years ago, right? They talked about network-based anomaly detection. We're finally at the point where we have the AI capability to actually start getting more true positives there. So we're actually finally better able to see the anomalous detections on the network. So we're always happy when we actually get seen by our defenders, and that's something that we're seeing on a fairly regular basis because they're using these tools to better see the activity that we're doing and seeing that that's just not right. And obviously that's exactly what the bad guys are trying to do. So it's positive that we're actually seeing positive results and they're actually finding that these activities, as well as actually the actual people that are attacking our network.
Super encouraging. Derek, let's take it to you. From a CISA perspective, and I would assume this is a pretty enthusiastic response. AI in real-time threat detection and finding anomalies.
Yeah, so basically you've implemented your AI solution, it's doing continuous monitoring, it's detecting any type of vulnerabilities or breaches, but also in real time, it's isolating, that compromised system or that network traffic that's out there. But you still need that human element on the back end to validate, hey, is this, false positive or not? One thing, even now, what we're trying to educate everybody on is, let's say People's Republic of China, they're conducting living off the land attacks. That's something AI can't learn because they're utilizing built-in admin tools on the systems. So hopefully working with like vendors, IT service providers, everybody out there within critical infrastructure to educate them, hey, you need to train your AI solutions to look for these types of anomalies on the network, basically anomalies of regular admin usage, kind of, taking it one step to the side. And, that's something, with the machine learning side and training those data sets, it's an ongoing battle because we're non-regulatory. So everything that we do, we have to kind of educate everybody on to accept that. And, that's one thing that we see right now is if nobody's really paying attention to, the new techniques that the threat actors are using, ransomware is always out there. We already understand that, but they keep evolving and changing their tactics and techniques. So that's the big push we're trying to educate everybody on right now is, updating their AI solutions to keep up with current threats.
Tamara, you had already touched on it, but if you can, just a little bit more the value of those two AI functions, that real-time detection and that anomaly detection.
Sure. I'll pick up from the perspective of behavioral analytics. So that is what I think all of us are describing, and that is knowing the baseline behaviors of the different users, which AI can help with establishing that baseline. It is, what do I do on a regular basis? And then therefore, what looks anonymous? I'm just tongue-tied there. What doesn't look normal? Yes. And then from there, AI is constantly monitoring and detecting anything that just does not fit with what my role and responsibilities are. And so this ability of behavioral analytics to establish this baseline, that from an audit perspective, for years, we've always found users that just have too much access. And it's hard to determine when somebody's doing something they should and shouldn't be doing. So this ability now to establish this baseline, to know that, and to aid in detection based on what I shouldn't be doing. And again, that human element is important, because there might be something today I've been assigned that I wouldn't normally do. So somebody needs to intervene and say, oh no, this is okay. But it does speed up the process. And quite frankly, we are at a point where speed is critical, that how the adversary is using AI. And I did wear a hat at one point on being on the operations side. And what we always found is we were a couple of steps behind with not knowing and then being able to react to that. So this is one key aspect that will continue to help us.
Thank you for that. Murat, you'll get the last word on this, but the first word on the coming question. Thoughts about those two attributes, the real-time threat detection and anomaly identification?
We've been working on this topic quite a while in terms of research direction. It's thanks to Army, actually, Army Research Labs. And as a part of this program, we've been really trying to develop novel machine learning techniques for detecting cyber attacks. One thing we learned is that one size does not fit all, and you don't need to really throw, let's say, LLM or whatever for certain problems. And interestingly, sometimes very simple models turn out to be much more robust and more effective. Therefore, we kind of advocating that you would have a suite of AI models, and depending on the context and the resource constraints, you may need to deploy them according to the needs at the time. And of course, part of it is that new attacks are coming, and you really need to be able to have a framework where you adapt. And this adaptation needs to have in a very quick manner, and a scenario where you have very few data instances. So you won't have lots of new data about a new attack. So you need to be able to adapt your models quickly based on this information. And we have some insights on how that adaptation should be done, such as detecting new attacks using something called out-of-distribution detection, and using some things like few-shot learning. We can talk about technical details for people interested after the panel. But this adaptation needs to be there. So you cannot have just AI model and you think it's there, and adaptation should be guided by the people who are deploying it, I believe. And the final piece we are advocating is that, yes, you have AI model for detecting cyber attacks, but these AI models are themselves being attacked, right? So now you have to have two approaches that we are, our research for Army showed that you have to have more robust models. So not all models created equally. Some are more resistant to adversarial manipulation. And the second thing is that you may have additional models to detect attacks against your AI model for cybersecurity. So these are some of the lessons we learned in our research for applying AI for cybersecurity.
Great. Well, keep a hold of that, Mike. The next question, and I will couch it just with some advice. It's essentially asking for what's a successful use case. So for all you practitioners, you may have great successful use cases that you don't really want to talk about too much. But if you can, and just in general, what either is a successful implementation or one that you might imagine or that you've seen someone else do. Murat, kick us off.
So again, since I'm an academician, what I'm saying is that what I've heard, which is that already some agencies are using very sophisticated AI to detect attacks. and they're already trying to address some of the issues I've been told. But of course, there are some challenges, and we'll, I guess, talk after this. But I heard that there are already people deploying sophisticated AI for detecting cyber attacks, and they are detecting the attacks that they haven't been before.
Right. David Volker, can you speak to, at least in general, a good, successful use case implementation?
So a successful use case for me is pretty prevalent in industry is the security information and event manager being able to calculate a threat score based on the log collection, the log processing activities of users. But what I'm really looking forward in the future is for individual programs and projects to do MITRE attack and against the technologies that they're employing and use an agentic threat detection framework to deploy specific small models based on the recommended detections for threats that they will probably be vulnerable to based on historic attacks from an adversary and looking at the likelihood of an adversary being able to employ that attack. The very first one that we had recommended was just a general citizenship agentic AI that could be attached to endpoint detection and response type system, very low compute memory storage requirements for the model to run, really just detecting the probability, is this person following all of the rules that are expected as far as an attribute-based access control rule. Are they staying within the data pathway? Are they trying to break out of that data pathway by SSHing to a printer? And if the probability of their citizenship falls below 80% as a data point, then that gets them a little bit more attention and we bring more resources to bear. But right now, the successful implementation is the SIEM, being able to calculate a threat score, but something in the future I think could be a dynamic set of agentic agents that are looking specific towards technologies that are implemented in the organization. So if we use RDP, probably looking at MITRE attacks recommendation for detection and mitigation for an IDP hijack would be something that we would look at. And these could be something that's dynamic based on perceived threat that somebody in the SOC could deploy more or less based on the available resources in the environment. So we want to conserve compute memory and storage as much as possible, especially in the cloud when that comes at a premium. But as we detect a threat, like I was saying, 570,000 users, most of them are good citizens. We want to find out who the bad actors are and classify exactly the tactic, techniques, and procedures that they're trying to use. And by knowing our technical baselines and the technology we employ and what we've historically seen adversaries try to take advantage of and put specific detections and mitigations in there in and above the 91 or 152 target advanced zero trust requirements. Those things will be huge to tip off our SOC members that we have something that we need to get involved in as far as reacting to a threat, responding to that threat. Over.
Wonderful answer. Derek, briefly, just use case that you're either doing or seeing that looks like successful implementation.
I'll say success. So what we have is what's called a pre-ransomware notification initiative, PRNI. This is where we reach out to different stakeholders within the critical infrastructure, all different 16 sectors, and we're getting this information from basically AI is used on the back end. It parses through all these data sets. It goes through and it's looking for various, potential threats, anomalous network activity, and basically indicators of compromised patterns. It goes through all that. We get the information out in our perspective, AOR, area of responsibility, and we reach out. It's like we're cold calling. We're like in sales, but we're not selling anything. We're like, hey, somebody may have compromised your network. How'd you get this information? How'd you get my number? Well, it's on Google or LinkedIn. So we reach out, and I think that's a very successful story because before they were going and manually parsing through all of these network logs. That's very time consuming if you've ever been a network admin or a system administrator. Nobody wants to go through logs anymore. So with implementing different AI solutions on the back end, they can basically go through those data sets, look for those indicators of compromise, ping that.
we get the information, then we reach out with whatever info that we have that can possibly help before the actual ransomware attack happens. And it's not even just ransomware. It's, hey, threat actor ran like Census or Shodan. We see that they were running scans on your network, and these are the vulnerabilities that they have. So now we're giving you the vulnerabilities that they see. And that's just, you know, that AI platform on the back end is going through all that information very quickly, and we get it within hours now instead of weeks. So success.
Daniel, we'll wrap this one up with you. Just ideas about a successful implementation.
Well, my CERT team is actually doing a really good job. I mean, I sit right next to them, so they've you know, as you know, there's more data that's available from logs and stuff than they can ever parse into, like, for example, a Splunk license, right? You can only put so many feeds in, and you want to make sure you're getting the right feeds in. So we have a big data lake that we're pouring all these logs into, and they're using the as very similar to what they're doing over there is they're using that to look at what the TTPs of the aggressor are against us and what we're trying to monitor, and making sure that we're turning on and off data feeds so that we're actually able to make use of the limited resources that we have for monitoring, so that they're actually using it on the most valid data sources. We still have the other data sources if it ever comes up, but it allows us to have a dynamic threat feed. So they're not, there's some things that are always going to be in there, but there's some things that they're going to basically just turn on and off based on the threat environment, you know. So for example, you know, as a State Department, the UN General Assembly is a big deal for us. So that we shift our activity based on the environments and the actions that we're doing as a department, and what the bad guys are interested in.
Right. Great. So we're going to get ready to take a little bit of Q&A. But I guess I'll cede maybe the very first question for anyone who wants to take it, and just very briefly. At ATARC events, one of the great things is there are a lot of industry people in the room, and they're paying attention to presentations like ours to understand business needs and what the government needs. So is there anyone that wants to offer a real quickie on, if you had a wish list for industry to bring you things, what might be on that wish list? And you don't have to answer it, but if you want to raise your hand, I bet you there's a bunch of ears out there that want to hear what that answer is. So that's a jump ball. Oh, I don't see anybody grabbing mics. Dang it.
So I will throw out a couple thoughts. Have something that's already got an accreditation able to run in IL5, IL6. Many great innovative technologies that are out there. And if I can't have it in a government environment or running one of our existing clouds, I can admire it from a distance, and that's all I can do. But if it means you need to partner with somebody, you need to work and get that initial entry point. But once you got an ATO, or once you're operating IL5, IL6, now I can take advantage of the cool technology.
Great
Yeah, I
point.
would like to ducktail on that one. So I have talked with different vendors before, and a lot of them are available on your top tier cloud vendors. And if all the vendors could partner together to provide target and advanced level zero trust turnkey cloud for Department of Navy programs. So if we want to consume cloud, we can go to them and they can resell the cloud and this bundled solution that's been validated by the Zero Trust Portfolio Management Office at the DoD level, that we can come in and pay one person, one fee, and be able to deploy our applications. And they give us instructions on how to make sure we configure our database, configure our apps to make sure we 100% inherit those controls without necessarily needing to do all the design work ourselves. I don't want to name any cloud service providers, but being able to give us the option of maybe some of the top three cloud service providers and say, hey, you pick your cloud, we can deploy a zero trust ready environment. It could be IL5, IL6 ready to go. And once we're configured, we just validate that. And then we are able to inherit all that information back into our ATO that will submit through our accrediting bodies. Over.
There's almost a whole nother event in your answer right there. That was a good one. Anyone else want to take a crack at that before we ask for some Q&A?
One thing I'd recommend is don't live in a silo, especially within your organization or department. Reach out. That's why you come to these events, especially for networking. We partner with other government agencies, vendors, et cetera, to, provide the up-to-date information to industry. So definitely take advantage of that if you're doing any type of cyber training in regard to AI, because it is evolving constantly. So making sure that your IT cyber team is up to date with the current TTPs, IOCs, et cetera.
Tom Suter, I think we're at the point of Q&A if you can find some.
Whoa, the hands go up. I like it. I'm not handing over my mic. We firmly established that. Just introduce yourself and your affiliation before you ask your question.
Hi, everyone. My name is KJ. I'm with AWS. My question is, in April, the White House issued a new executive order encouraging all agencies to accelerate the adoption of AI. And within the same month, the CISO of JP Morgan Chase issued an open letter to all their third-party suppliers saying that they are rushing to release software out into the market without thinking through the security aspects of it. So working with a lot of federal agencies, we know that a lot of Gen AI POCs are happening. Some of them with the knowledge of IT, some without. So the question is, what can we do within industry to help you do a better job in securing the data in your environment? Part of it is also the emergence of all these new threats coming out in the dark web every day, on threats from prompt injections, jailbreaking, as well as hijacking models for Gen AI applications. Thank you.
Also consider that one a jump ball if anyone wants to grab up for it.
I'll take the perspective from being in the IG's office. What we have found is that the vendor community approaching the right people, and I know it's a challenge, I will admit it. Government is, it's a little bit of a beast to figure out who's the right people. But, what we have found from the IT audit side is that some of these initial conversations are starting with the business side or the non-cyber security or IT security, and not getting to IC security folks. And then it's bought, purchased, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't work. We can't work with it. So I'd say spend some time figuring out from the organizational structure and asking specifically an audience with the cybersecurity, so that it is, because we are very much pushing, and I'm pleased to say have a seat at the table now to say this isn't going to work for us and to stand down from it.
Great. Tom, another one loaded up?
Well,
got one right here.
Can I respond to that?
Oh yeah, go.
And also, since you're from AWS, my thought is, if I have a Gen AI model and I want to have a test environment for it, why can't I go to AWS and purchase a turnkey ready virtual private cloud environment where I can test my Gen AI? I can use something like Atomic Red Team and really beat it up, understand what the vulnerabilities are, and then move it to a turnkey ready VPC that's ready to host that specific AI model to ensure that it's secure to all those people who are going to connect to it and benefit from its capabilities. So it's just another example from the AWS marketplace. I talk to vendors all the time. Oh, we're on AWS, but none of those vendors are really talking to each other. And if they were to talk to each other with AWS, we could get one price to be able to have turnkey cloud ready to meet target advanced level zero trust, like we've achieved with Microsoft Azure in the flank speed environment. Really, we want more cloud environments that are turnkey ready to give us those types of capabilities. There's 152 activities that we ask all of our programs to meet for targeted advance. They're on the DoD CIO's library. We're not keeping them a secret. If you guys could come together with those folks that you're partnering with already at AWS, we could have another cloud service provider ready to provide target advanced level 0 trust. And I would love to be able to see that happen in AWS. Over.
Talk about customer feedback. Man, that was great. Tom, can you
good.
give us one more?
Sure. Got one right here. Name it.
Yes, Mark Kagan, president of Panoptis Intelligence. And I want to preface this by saying I've spent a good portion of my professional career analyzing conspiracy theories, not spreading them. So I wanted to set that context because with AI, which 5 years ago was still part of science fiction, and now we're using AI to write code. And to a certain extent, we don't know what some of that code is that we're letting AI write. To what extent are we putting safeguards and guardrails around the AI and the code that we're using to build our cyber defenses? And what guardrails and safeguards are we considering or even thinking about, thinking out of the box, that we're using for our cyber defenses? And the bad guys are using AI. And what's to prevent at some point, you know, this may be science fiction, but science fiction becomes science fact at some point, a lot of it, that at some point, you know, the AI cyber defenses that we're using is going to shake hands with the AI cyber attacks that the bad guys are going to use and go off in some direction at some point and do things that neither side ever thought about. And who knows what they're going to penetrate or decide to do something else. Are we even thinking about that? Because we got to get ahead of the curve in terms of what AI could, would, or should be doing.
I would step in front of that one a tiny bit and say, I think the question of AI safety, you know, development safety, guardrails, is a very legit question, something that government policy revolves around. The kind of where it will go in a few years or 5 years, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's better for a private talk. Does anyone want to speak to the notion of safety and guardrails in development?
I can take this one. So I think that this is where basic research is very important, and this is an active research area many computer science researchers are working on. And at least my view is, and for example, for the code setting, there's lots of active research going on, and we are doing some where we try to combine static analysis tools for the code that's generated and dynamic analysis tools with LLMs to make sure that what you get is good. So this is one example. But I think the overall challenge is that I personally believe that AI itself, like large language models, Gen AI, will be insecure. We can discuss the why, and they will have hallucinations and mistakes. And I don't think it's going away with all this safety alignment and so on. So the challenge will be is how to build secure systems, secure agentic AI systems with insecure AI agents. And I think this is all will imply putting the right safeguards, like checking simple things like static analysis for code or some other rule-based or access control techniques to specific AI agents to detect misalignment. And I think this is an active research area, and I think there are lots of ideas how to go forward with it. But I think we'll need a little bit more time to really develop these safeguards. But I don't think that AI itself will be there anytime soon in terms of safety. So we need to develop those safeguards.
Thanks for that. Tamara?
Just slightly different perspective. I will challenge folks to kind of think of it. How is it different from IT, general, just regular IT? Meaning that no IT software is perfect. In fact, they have flaws. And you know, when we find out, at least in the past, before even AI, we found out because the adversary told us. They leveraged that gap because we're so busy pushing out the new whiz bang thing that we left holes. So I will say and challenge you to think about, what did we do to fix that? And I'll say the hint is we put in a governance process, then we put in the things underneath the governance process that said you need to check. And so what has happened is we've run really fast forward to the use without confirming and verifying on the front end. So now what is happening on the cybersecurity side is we're literally taking a step back and saying, oh, wait a minute, let's slow down. You can't just roll this new thing out in the environment. We need to take a step back. And the earlier panel talked a lot about this. It is something that we need to authorize to operate, which means we need to identify what controls should be in place and then actually test and make sure they're in place. And if you don't know what's happening, and we won't, because just the nature of AI being able to learn from itself in a way, but to have things in place that are monitoring. And I will say right now, the discussion is AI battling AI. The benefit is that the adversary is using it to do the same things that we should be using it to do, meaning the adversary is using it, for example, to identify gaps in our environment really fast. We should be then using the AI to identify gaps in our area really fast and getting them patched. And guess what? AI can actually help us identify what the patches that are out there that can be used and what patches are could be developed to be used. So we need to kind of think the way the adversary is thinking. How can I use this thing, figure out what it's doing, and well, not figure out, but understand what was already there is doing before we start using it to the extent we can, monitoring it, not blindly saying it's a good thing, let's go, and then going from there. So, but you're right, we're at a point now, it's a little scary, but AI battling AI, who's going to win?
Tamara, that's a great one. We're going to wrap this one up. Daniel, from the red teamer perspective, I think Tamara said a lot, so I'd be interested to hear what
Yeah, I
you
think
have.
it's important to have like humans in the loop because one of the things we even teach right now, we're teaching our users. We have our own Gen AI system for the regular users inside the department. It's great that it's there to do that, but we're teaching them 70-30. It's like you are the experts. The AI can do a lot of the bulk work, but if you're not putting some effort into it, if you're not acting as a QA, if you're not acting as that person that checks and makes sure that the information that is coming out of it is actually, that the AI is not hallucinating, there is a reason that we have these people as experts and they're doing what they have to do. Same thing with code. If you're going to be generating code, we just started off a test case for code generation. If you're not checking that code, that's in the end, it's going to come back onto you. We're not off pulling the human out of the kill chain, right? We want that person. We want people in the loop to act as a QC. Yes, it might cause a delay, but I think that's one of the prices we have to pay as an organization, is that otherwise we start making mistakes that we're still accountable for, and that if it's not protected, it's going to be we're just going to let someone get out of control, and we don't want scenarios where things are getting shut off without anybody knowing why.
Amen. Tom?
So I just wanted to dovetail in on Tamara's response. Is when we look from a CI/CD pipeline and DevSecOps, and we've been using code quality scanners to look for good usage of code and then kick it back to the developer using like SonarQube or something like that to let them know that they need to redo something in their code. But when we think about artificial intelligence, if we distill a large language model and train it to specifically look for vulnerabilities in the code quality management, and add that in as part of that CI/CD pipeline to be able to dig in deeper into the code for something that might have been implanted into the lines of the code somewhere that might miss, some of our traditional code quality scanners, something that's distilled, or a specific small language model that really is optimized to look for code quality and security vulnerabilities within the code. So when we do have something coming out of the CI/CD pipeline, we can get a little report as far as an additional guardrail using AI. Over.
Tom, where are we on time?
We got time for one more question.
Let's have one more, and then if you gave me one more minute after that, I promise you'd be happy you did.
I'll give you 45 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. You can get your full minute.
All right. Final question
Final
for
question.
those who can answer it.
Right here.
Yes,
Name.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Alessandro Azzaro. I'm a recent graduate from Georgetown in the program Cybersecurity Risk Management and a former policy advisor at the European Parliament. My question is, returning to the threat detection capabilities of AI, I wanted to know which do you think are the attributes or elements which could distinguish the threat detection capabilities of Gen AI or agentic AI versus what the adversarial AI could develop in the same, let's say, manner of like studying maybe users and replicating that behavior to remain under the radar. And at that point, as a subsequent question, wouldn't like returning to focusing on the workforce and maybe developing a diverse set of expertise and then utilizing the threat detection capabilities of AI be also beneficial in that kind of context?
Big question. Any takers? Be brave.
Good question. A couple parts there. Yeah, it is an uphill battle on the detection side, but you have to learn what your adversaries are doing first. I mean, sometimes you have no clue until after it happens. That's your lessons learned. Then you got to say, okay, we got to go back to the drawing board here. But what we see is it's training the AI model to detect of, the threat actors, like I said earlier, the threat actors are now becoming smarter. They're using built-in Microsoft tools, Linux tools, etc., from what admins are using. So it's looking like everybody's doing their regular jobs, but behind the scenes, the threat actors are on the networks doing the exact same thing, just flying under the radar. And it's making it harder for the AI solutions to pick up on that. But it's really, we have to train the users. Basically, it's like auditing the auditor. You have to come in there on top of, the admins and whatever they're doing and what AI is doing, and you have to basically go behind them and audit what both of them are doing to make sure, like, do we see any type of anomaly here that's beyond the scope of what's been configured? That's it in a nutshell. But the other question, I'll pass that on to somebody else.
So first of all, I think I tried to allude it in a previous answer, as part of our ARM Research Lab projects, we've seen that not always more sophisticated models or LLMs beat traditional ML models. So by default, I think it's wrong to assume that Gen AI based solution will beat more traditional or simpler machine learning models. One area we see promise is that, but it's not guaranteed, again, as a part of the same research, is explainability maybe. So Gen AI sometimes can give you an explanation. Maybe in some cases, it may give you a better explanation why it thinks there is an attack. But again, our research showed that not all explanations are equal, and sometimes Gen AI may convince you the wrong direction. So it may have a very convincing case saying that, oh, there's no attack here, while there is actually an attack. So not all the time those explanations seems to be reliable that our research shows. So my humble suggestion is that don't assume Gen AI will be much more magical. Do test it on your application or on your cyber attack detection case. And in our settings, we've seen that it's not always better.
One more, quick.
Yeah, go.
I'm gonna focus in on the threat detection part. It's a game. It's a chase right now. So what the beauty of AI does do for us is collect constantly, and we feed in and it analyzes that data. So as much as we can tie it into threat reporting, threat intelligence, and other mechanisms for it to learn in our environment, but also to learn what's going on across the world. That's where we fall short. I called, my SOC called that SOC, they called this SOC, and we're all on the phone. We'll just expedite that with the AI. So it actually then has in its repository, oh, this, and this. And then the beauty of AI is then taking it to the next level. Now, of course, that's if you have that set up, but it's predictive. One of the beautiful additions through AI is its ability to predict faster. I mean, we do these things, but this is the value, doing it faster, quicker, and doing it with a little more certainty. There will be flaws, but at least it's something for us to start with. So it's learning it and then ingesting it, learning it, putting it together and being able to predict assumability. And so when it does look across the network, it sees things that look a little awry, and then key up the human to make a decision.
Thanks, Tamara. So we are about at the end of the panel. Because Tom Suter is a big meanie who doesn't want to give us more time, we're not going to be able to do that song and dance number that we had talked about yesterday. Unfortunately, next time maybe. But what I would like to do, I want to run through everybody really quickly, 10, 15 seconds apiece. Give us an idea that the people in the audience can walk out of here with. And remember, they will take in a lot of information today and sort of come out with a very full brain. Just distill it down to just one great thought to walk away with. Colonel Hartman, can you start us off? One good thought.
Yeah, don't let the pursuit of the exotic stop you from the benefits of the mundane. Find those easy wins, leverage the benefits from that, and then go after the exotic.
Excellent. David Volker.
Yeah, audit your technical baselines. Identify those things that you really want to protect. Implement microsegmentation between your data and the applications that are going to use that data, and do not allow any users to circumvent those boundaries. So if people need to use applications to work with data, they're able to get to the application, but not to the data itself, only the applications. Make it as quiescent and quiet as possible around the things that you want to protect. And that enables AI to use a bare minimum of CPU and memory to detect a threat, because the amount of logs being generated from that system is going to be more predictable, always from the same apps. So if something else comes up, it's going to be very quick for our SOC members to be notified. So design your system and stack the deck in your favor. Over.
Murad, one quick thought to take home.
So my message is that I don't think there's one AI model to rule them all, at least for cybersecurity. So you have to really have a toolbox of AI models and really test your use case and be ready to adapt.
Derek, one quick thought to take home.
Incorporate AI skills training for your IT cyber professionals and usage, AI usage training for your general users.
That was speedy. Daniel.
I would say allow your users to experiment and yourself, because if you're not trying this stuff, and if you're not pushing it forward, your users are going to find another way to do it. And you want to make sure they're doing it in a way that's controlled, and that you have some level of ability to cut them off if they have to be stopped.
Good one. Tamara, the last word is yours.
Ditto. No. Make no assumptions. Know what that AI is touching, especially your data. No, don't assume, ask, confirm. No, make no assumptions about it.
Thank you very much. Folks, could we get a round of applause?
Great job on the panel, despite all the personal attacks on me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a meanie. At least I don't think I am. Anyway, we're right before lunch, but we have Ken is gonna entertain us. I was sitting over by Martin Stanley. His stomach was starting to growl, so I know we're getting close to lunch. But Ken is the industry working group chair for our AI working group, and he's just going to go over a couple of things that they've been working on, and then we have lunch, and we'll get into that in a second. Thanks, John. Great job.
Is this thing on? Great.
You're good.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, it's always fun being the public service announcement right before lunch. But this doesn't need to take too much time. I just wanted to let everybody here know that if you're interested in the general topic of artificial intelligence, whether it's the technical side of it or the emerging new directions that the technology is going in, or the policy implications, we've got a place for you. There's a working group that ATARC has been running that is recently combined to previous working groups. One that I've been involved with for about 5 years that was focused on AI policy, and another more recent working group that was focused on generative AI. And so what we've done is put them together so that no matter what aspect of artificial intelligence you're interested in, you've got a place to go and learn more about it. So what we've done in the past is tried to create a series of workshops, a series of work products, and to run a working group where government leaders and some commercial folks can keep sort of a baseline of what's happening in the technology, because it's such a new and constantly changing area of technology that we want to help make sure that you understand all the pieces of it. It's also got this sort of black box feeling to it. A lot of folks shy away from the math because it gets pretty heavy pretty quickly. And it is the basis of AI. Really, when you come down to it, AI is all still just really complicated statistical models. We could talk about that later if you disagree. But right now, we have put these two groups together. The AI policy group comes to the new AI group with a work product that's almost finished. So we're about to publish a new report on agentic AI. We started work on that I think about 4 or 5 months ago, and we're about to publish. So that'll help folks get a baseline of what that technology is. What does it mean to be agentic? What kind of use cases the government has for agentic AI? And what are the policy implications? One of those use cases that is a key piece is cybersecurity, because when you think about agentic systems, the thing that sets them apart is that they're aware of their environment, they take in information from the environment, and they can take independent action. So when you think about a cybersecurity network, and you think about the vendors who are putting AI systems, integrating AI systems throughout their devices, it's great, and it's also terrifying, because it's the arms war that's being played out in that environment, and we try to at least lay out what the use case is and the policy implications of that. So if anybody's interested in participating, we've got lots of folks that'll set you right up. And I'm very excited that we put everything together so there's one big group that can manage and help you understand all the different aspects of artificial intelligence. So thank you very much, and hope you have a great lunch.
Thank you, Ken. And Ken's been with us for a while. Great leadership. I don't know how many deliverables have you guys produced over the years?
I think we're at about 7, and we're going to have one more.
Ken's one of these guys that's like, oh, let's do another white paper. You know, there's not too many people like that. Well, thank you for your leadership. I also want to introduce Liz Wyckoff, who's our program manager for the working groups. Her and her team, we just had a new hire. We're really expanding the working groups. And if you could stand up and say hello. She came here from California just to see you all.
Hi, everyone. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces in person for the first time, and great to see some new folks as well. So Ken gave a really great overview of our AI group. We've got almost 15 working groups, and I would love to invite you to join us. So I'll send out my email address to all of you, and please feel free to contact me if you're interested in participating.
But we're going to kick things off with Arjuna Swamina. I knew I was going to do this. Swamin 10. Did we get that right, Arjuna? If you can come up. Good. Come on. Well, if you, there he is. He's over there. Okay. We got the tallest guy in the room right over here. I can't find him. Welcome. You're welcome to use the mic or just go behind the podium. And do you have some slides? There's a clicker up there. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. And I realize you just finished lunch, and here's this guy talking about the future of fraud prevention. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share some humble thoughts about the future of fraud prevention through effective human AI collaboration. In the previous panel discussion, just before the lunch break, they talked about it's about the human aspect of AI. And that's where I'd like to explore some thoughts with you all. Just to help me understand you all a little better, would you all be so kind as to let me know if you or your agency is actively engaged in the use of AI in fraud prevention or cyber threat mitigation, just by a show of hands? A good portion, maybe a third of you all. Okay, great. As we think about the use of AI, particularly in government programs, in safeguarding government programs and protecting taxpayer dollars. I invite you to envision a future where human expertise isn't just supported by technology, but rather augmented and amplified to create a robust threat mitigation capability. Right? That is the essence of the future that we envision. It is a symphony of human AI collaboration. It's a harmonious interplay between human ingenuity, your creativity, and the power of AI. So when we think about the current, before we go into the future, let's just take a pause and think about the current landscape. As you all very well know, the threat against government programs is not static. We face a ever-evolving, highly dynamic adversary. And this, the threat against these government programs not only impact the programs themselves, but also impact the confidence public has in services that are essential to them. We have a growing volume of data, and we have increasingly intricate schemes designed to exploit vulnerabilities. So as we think about the current landscape, evolving current landscape, it is more important now than it has ever been for us to be creative and innovative in the way we exploit capabilities to protect programs and safeguard taxpayer funds. That brings us to the potential with AI. Right now, as you think about AI, as I look at the way in which AI is being used for fraud prevention, I'd put them in the kind of the applications in two broad categories. The first is to drive innovation, to create newer methods, more effective methods for fraud prevention and detection. And the second category is to drive efficiency improvements, right? To improve the methods that you all have, your agencies or the customers that you all serve already have, but make it more effective. AI clearly is a transformative force. It could be used to exploit vulnerabilities, or it could be used to work creatively to protect the government programs. So this requires us to be creative. It requires us to kind of push the envelope in terms of the art of the possible. And those are the thoughts that I'd like to discuss in the next 12 minutes or so. So as you think about this partnership, and it indeed is a partnership, this is not about human versus AI. It is about humans with AI. How do we leverage the human insight, your contextual knowledge about the services that you provide, and the capabilities of AI to draw insights from large volumes of data, and also more importantly, to provide you, the expert, with real-time insights into potential fraud, waste, or abuse. So what can we do to effectively harness the power of AI and improve your ability, to augment your ability to do what you do best? And when I say you, it is either you or the customers that you serve, right? So this brings us to a virtuous cycle. That is the beauty of the vision of human AI collaboration. It is beginning with the business objective, right? You start with what is the problem that you're trying to solve? In the case of healthcare, a lot of healthcare payers, one of the examples of the need that they try to address is prevent fraud in claims, right? So with that being the objective, that leads to collecting and identifying what data would be relevant to identify potential fraudulent claim activity. And how do we access that data and how do we surface insights in a timely manner to take actionable, to provide actionable insights to the decision makers? So that's the kind of the second step, which then leads to the third step of what type of probabilistic models could we develop to identify these threats and mitigate these threats, right? And these models are unlike, as you all discussed in the morning sessions, these need to be constantly evaluated to ensure that they meet the purpose for which they're being used and identify potential drift in the model. Identify risks such as hallucinations that you all talked about before the lunch session. And so it's a continuous process of model management, right? And then coming to the fourth phase of this cycle is the insights. What does the model tell us? And there is the important aspect of explainability. When the model provides the expert some judgment on or an alert on potential fraudulent activity, it is the expert who needs to understand why that alert was created, what might be the reason where a particular claim, going back to the claim example, might be fraudulent, so that they could act on it if appropriate. So that's the insight, which then leads to the human decision, the fifth phase of this cycle. And in many cases, a human expert might look at it, look at the alert and say, I know why this is the case. We're not going to act on it. Or this seems suspicious. Let's explore it further. Right? During the pandemic, that was a perfect example of models that were trained on data at a time when the norm was very different, did not perform the way they should given the new normal with the pandemic. So we as human experts need to be able to adjust and adapt to those changing circumstances. If there is a new threat that is evolving, we need to be able to anticipate those changes, look at the data, look at shifts in the data, and anticipate those changes so that we could respond accordingly, not necessarily act on every insight that the AI model or AI solution might provide. And then the last phase of the of this cycle that I emphasize to users and customers is that mindset of skepticism, right? The AI provided solution might serve your objective. We certainly hope it serves your objective. That's why we go through this very methodical process, but there are unknowns. And we need to be able to continuously learn from the output and the judgment of experts, right? And that's that last feedback loop that is related to learning from the AI solution, the extent to which it impacted your process, and be able to adjust your AI solution accordingly. So this is just a high-level overview to emphasize the importance of the effective human-AI collaboration in this virtuous cycle where the human expert and the AI solution bring their respective strengths to bear. Now, as you make investments in AI, clearly in government programs, we are in a highly resource constrained environment. So with the limited resources that we have, when we invest in AI capabilities, it is up to us to make thoughtful decisions about where could we have the greatest impact and what effort would it take to achieve that impact. So we use we have the mindset of invest in what matters and scale what works. Right? Start small. Experiment with capabilities. Fail fast if one needs to, right? Learn from those early experiments and be able to scale in a thoughtful manner. And while you do that, keep the broader ethical considerations in mind. Specifically, ethics on how we use AI, ensuring that human judgment is used, and to help human judgment, ensuring that the AI output or AI recommendations are explainable and the human expert is able to understand why those recommendations are made and the implications of acting on those recommendations so that they could make an informed judgment, right? Of course, adaptability, of course, transparency on what we do. For instance, in the case of fraud prevention, if your agency is taking action based on AI generated insights, we'd better be able to explain why we took those actions and make sure that there is transparency on how we are acting on it. If you're conducting an audit and using AI in that audit, we've got to ensure that we explain our audit methodology and how our methodology incorporates AI to advance the objective. So with these ethical considerations in mind and government agencies making thoughtful investments in the use of AI, I urge you to consider this as a symphony of human ingenuity and AI power. It's a harmonious interplay between the expert judgment of you all or the customers that you all serve and the processing power of AI to create a robust fraud prevention ecosystem to safeguard government programs and protect taxpayer funds. I thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Yeah, just one quick follow-up, if I may. We had a summit or two ago, we had an OIG person and they were like talking, just show me the tools. I just don't understand them. I need to see the latest and greatest techniques. How do we get people that have been doing this a long time to adapt to the new techniques and understand them? You know, I think that's a big challenge, the actual people part of it.
Yeah. So it's interesting coming from you, a person, an organization that facilitates such sharing. Well done. But that's a great point. We are working towards a common objective, right? If one agency is doing something and is doing it effectively, clearly they're likely to have some scars from false starts, and they've been able to adapt to that and be successful. And I think sharing those best practices and lessons learned and methodologies are important. And we do that in our organization. And we are open to, where appropriate, sharing those methods in public fora as well. I will say, however, that kind of the tools, for instance, the managed AI capabilities that exist, and the wonderful partners that we have here who have excellent capabilities are fantastic. They've done the legwork to solve, say, I don't know, 80% of the solution. However, in my humble experience, the critical aspect is that next 20%, right? To make those capabilities relevant in the context of your agencies or your organization's specific business challenges. And when we do that, I think using opportunities like that to share what we've done, we've failed many times. And we've learned from those failures. And we try to harvest assets from those not so successful efforts and deploy them in alternate ways. And I think that's something that we could share across agencies and partners so that we learn from one another's mistakes and advance our collective objectives.
Well, thanks again. Another round of applause. And I don't want to sound like a commercial. We do have a fraud group with Liz here, and it's very interesting. We kind of started that concept with the last administration, and we planned it in January, and we had a kickoff. I think was it January or February, and that group's been really, really interesting. So let us once again. Some of you are already signing up online. I see all those emails too. So keep it coming. The next panel features ATARC royalty, I would call them. The panelists are all very active in, we do some not for attribution roundtables with government, and that's really one of our most interesting formats. Some of the other folks here have done it as well, but I'm going to save the moderator for last because I want to talk about him a little bit. But we have Dr. Stephen Harrison. He's got a fairly long title. He's over a chief engineer over at DISA, and he also is a part-time professor over at Capital Technologies. If you want to come up, Dr. Harrison. We've got Rudolph Rojas, who's IT cybersecurity manager, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and Anna Lipkin, who's IT specialist, Bureau of Economic Analysis at the Department of Commerce. And then Landon Shaw, Senior Enterprise Architect, Enterprise Operations Center, Department of Technology Services, and of the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. And last but not least, my colleague, Frank Conkle, who is Editor-in-Chief of GovExec. He is, I've known Frank for a little bit here, about 15 years, and now it's great to call him friend and colleague. But GovExec has about 15 media properties and other properties, and Frank is in charge of all of that, and he's been keeping very busy with all these administration changes. So thanks for coming out of your busy day and coming out here to Reston.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Nice intro. Well, we're going to be talking about AI and cybersecurity. We'll have plenty of time for Q&A. And I guess I will let our panelists do a little bit more of a detailed introductions. But I do want to start with Stephen Harrison, Dr. Harrison, because in chatting before this panel, I thought it was interesting. We're talking about, building a cyber-ready workforce. And you were, one of the ways that government can attract people is kind of how you came into government service back in high school, maybe 30 years ago. I don't want to date you, but they came into your sophomore high school class and said, "Hey, you want to code?" I mean, I think that's a great way to start us off.
So hopefully this works. Yeah. 40 years ago, over 42 years ago, I was in high school and I was in a science class. And next thing I know, here come these people from the National Bureau of Standards and say, "Hey, we got a labor shortage. We don't have a lot of people to code where we're at. We have lots of scientists. We need some help. Anybody that's interested, let us know. We'll give you high school credit." So I just jumped on the bag and went, "Sure, I'll do it. Get me out of this, foreign language class. I'd be happy to." So I went over and next thing I know, they were teaching me to write all this software and teaching me about software development. One of the first projects I had was the Hyatt Regency collapse, where they had a ship brought back to NIST now is National Bureau of Standards, and the actual walkway collapsed, and we were doing metallurgical experiments, and I wrote programs that basically ran 24 hours a day, weeks at a time, analyzing the structure and everything. To tag on to the previous speaker, I just would like to mention we had at that time an older, it was a World War II electrical engineer, no, I'm sorry, mechanical engineer. We had to wear gas masks and all these terrible things when we were in there looking at the actual walkway because there's still human flesh on everything on it. And he said, I want you to understand what failed, because in your career, don't just remember what works, remember what fails, because that's what's going to help propel your technology and future generations, is understanding our and learning from our failures. And so that's what I've tried to do throughout my career. Thank you.
Yeah, Anna, go ahead.
Just a little bit of background.
Is it on? Hello, everybody. So I don't have a background as glamorous as my fellow panelist. I did start coding right after high school, but I was about the same age. That was in a different country. First time I touched the computer at that point. Fast forward, I became a software engineer and I worked on Wall Street for a number of years. That took me to India for a number of years. I led software development, and then I landed with the government and done a lot of software development, database administration, now cybersecurity.
I don't know about not a cool backstory. That's pretty cool in about 2 sentences or less. So what you just did. Rudolph, go ahead.
Yeah, hello, Rudolph Rojas. I'm with U.S. Department of Agriculture. I come to government. I've been here about 7 years, but I came from Silicon Valley. I was working for some software companies out there, big names out there. We were doing software development, creating intranets and CRM tools. But I thought, well, I'm tired of pushing so hard. Let me go work for the government. I thought it was going to be, at least a little bit slower pace, but it's not. I'm telling you, I've been very impressed with our team and our groups, and they're, contrary to what you're hearing maybe today, some of the hardest working and smartest people I've ever worked with. And I worked with some smart people out in California. But so we're doing management of websites and infrastructure and applications for the government, for the USDA, and we're employing artificial intelligence use cases. We got about 100 now that we're trying to implement, doing pilots on them. So with the current situation, things are kind of in a holding pattern, but we're hoping and we're continuing to work and emphasize on, building on those and learning more about the technologies that we can employ, to make a better life for people in this country. We all got to eat. We all like to eat. And USDA does a lot of effort in making sure that that continues to happen for everybody. So.
Yeah, I'm Landon Shaw. I work for the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts in Washington, D.C. My actual job, my title is Hostmaster Postmaster. I take care of all inbound and outbound email at the judiciary, and then I take care of DNS inside and outside. I take care of our IP address allocations with Aaron, our domain name registrations with Homeland Security, the get.gov registrar, and then our Akamai content delivery network that services U.S. courts public-facing websites. So those are the 5 things under my purview, but I'm one of the architects and engineers on a modernization group where we're modernizing things within the U.S. courts. And my background in coding is similar. My dad sent me to IBM programming camp when I was 10 in Fairfax to learn how to code in Advanced Basic and GW Basic at the time, right? So when all the other kids went to like Camp Fort Huachuca, I was in downtown Fairfax learning to write code. And then that was in 1980. So, and then in 81, my dad bought me a computer after I completed the class, which was probably like $6,000 at the time, right? And then I had a whole modem set up and, dot matrix printer, and it was pretty cool. I mean, so I started coding back then, and then now I code in about a dozen different programming languages. I write API code to monitor applications at the AO, and I've been doing that, in multiple different things, like even going back to IRIX and IRIX and AIX Linux, and I did DNS on a VAX, if people even know what a VAX is, right? That's when I started at TRW. I was at TRW Northrop Grumman for 15 years doing things from architecture, wide area network, router switches and firewalls. I managed their VPN system. I was a Novell administrator and a Microsoft Active Directory administrator. for all of Northrop Grumman. So there were over 300 domain controllers with 120,000 people in the company. So it was a pretty big thing because we did it at enterprise level. And then right before I left, I was doing router switch firewalls for probably 8 years, and then geospatial engineering on Google Earth development. So it was like a whole gamut of things. So that was 13 years ago, and I've been at the judiciary for 13 years. So, and then I was at Northrop and TRW for 15 years. So it's been I'm kind of old school too.
That's why I love that's why I love asking panelists backgrounds, because you get a better flavor for who you guys are. So, and this is a very esteemed panel now that we've introduced each other. I will just share one thing about my background. I grew up on a dairy farm, so I have a lot of connection to USDA. So I want to start with Rudolph. My parents just retired a month ago after 40 years in the dairy industry, about 700 cows and just shy of 3,000 acres. So they're done now, but we did a lot of interacting with you guys. There's a lot of ongoing AI pilots that I think might be relevant for this audience. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about some of the ways that USDA is currently using and may look to use more aggressively some AI tools.
Sure. I can start with my group, with the OCIO group. We're using AI to analyze a lot of the acquisition vehicles that are coming out and all the requests for equipment and technologies and applications, and making sure that they meet certain requirements, so it makes the load easier on the contract officers and the people reviewing them. So from that standpoint, we're using AI. Also for RFPs and acquisitions of contract support. I'm working on a big one right now. I wanted to employ AI to go through and kind of weed out some of the hundreds of contract RFP responses, but at this point they're just not ready to do that. So I mean, it's although it's a great idea, it's a little bit more involved, and unfortunately some of the older generations are just not ready to take the bold leap to go to AI to do these types of things, and I think that's what we really need to do. From the standpoint of the farms, like farm service agencies, it's a big one that you've probably dealt with in the farm, in the dairy industry. They're doing a lot of, they're doing some pilots on, for example, in Florida, there's a orange blossom blight. And so what they're doing is they're using geospatial, they're using drones and planes to fly over the areas and then taking shots and then feeding those into an AI tool to have the certain characteristics of the blight trees, fed into a database so that they can analyze them and then zero in on exactly where the blights might be or characteristics that might indicate there would be one coming. So that's going to really make things more efficient. We're also using it to analyze data from Animal Plant and Health Inspection Service, like I had mentioned to somebody about the avian flu, right? That's a really critical issue these days with chicken farms and so forth. And of course, the reason why egg prices were up so high. So they're using the data that comes out of these inspections, and they're feeding them into databases and analyzing where predicted outbreaks might be happening, what to do to resolve them. So they're saving a lot of man hours. And our CIO shop is very visionary when it comes to the use of AI and making our jobs more efficient. And of course, ultimately, we're serving the customer. So we're trying to, and you can see the prices of eggs have come down recently.
Thankfully, I eat about 8 a day, so I've been dramatically impacted by the increased price of eggs. Landon, this gets me into something you and I were discussing, which is you're with the U.S. courts now. You have a lot of conversations with companies that are talking about selling AI to government. So, there may be some folks in this audience that are in that vein. What would you recommend that they do? How should they come prepared to talk about this AI era that we're in with folks like you?
Yeah, I think that's a topic I'm pretty passionate about the rapid change in AI. And I guess I'll probably go a little bit deep here, but it's because it's important. If vendors are looking at new technology and they want to take their current service offerings and then make them AI enabled, I get a lot of, with what I do, I get vendors who contact, I get 10 vendors a day that contact me trying to sell me things, right? And they all say, "Oh, we have AI." And I'm like, "I'm sure you have it. You bolted it onto the side, right?" But what I want vendors to what I would want vendors to know is that I'll give you some examples. Within the last 7 months, there have been a tremendous number of changes that have happened in the AI industry, and by that I mean a lot of people know what RFCs are. And when a manufacturer codes a product to adhere to an RFC for a type of protocol, right? Let's say, like in the case, like I'm the postmaster, I take care of SMTP gateways. If somebody's trying to sell me an SMTP gateway, that gateway has to adhere to standardized protocols that have been ratified into an RFC. And when they write their code, they have to make sure that they're writing their code such that it strictly adheres to whatever the RFC says the SMTP protocol should, the way it's meant to communicate. Well, since AI is so recent, there are no such RFCs for AI. Okay. So what that means is the industry has kind of the industry leaders in AI, people like, OpenAI, Grok, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google. These are like leaders in the industry that everybody knows about. Meta knows about Llama, about Llama and Olama. And these different leaders are actually dictating what I'll call industry standards. They're not ratified industry standards, but they are standards that have been adopted globally and widely by everybody who's a top leader in the AI industry. So examples of that would be in November of last year, Anthropic came out with a white paper that they called MCP servers. And this was an MCP server. Think of it just quickly as, imagine you have a server, like a web server that has an API on it. But instead of doing web functions, an MCP server is an API that talks to some kind of a tool. And that tool could be text to speech tool, speech to text tool. It could be a web scraping tool like Crawl for AI. It could be any kind of tool on the background. So they came out with this white paper that said, this is what we think an MCP protocol should be. And this is how an MCP server should be configured. That came out in November of last year. And then a couple months went by and the industry just like read the white paper and thought on it. And then back in February, Google said, that white paper that Anthropic came out with, we're going to adopt MCP servers. So they officially came out and Google said, we like the idea of MCP servers. We're going to adopt that. 2 weeks later, Google came out with their own white paper called A to A, right? Agent to agent protocol and then they came up with this concept of an agent. So first there was a concept of an API that talked to some kind of tool. Then Google came out with a concept of an agent that talks to other agents and can talk to an MCP server, right? So they came out with their protocol on how agents should communicate with other agents. Because when we talk about agentic AI, most people think that you've got a large language model, one agent, and then it goes out to the web and that's it. But really what's happening is you could have 20 agents or 50 agents or 100 agents, and they all do different things. If you're going to make a very complex application, you may have an MCP server that talks to, like I said, speech to text engine, and then another MCP server that talks text to speech. So you have to do bidirectional speech to text and then text to speech. And then you do need a tool to go out and do web scraping. And you need a tool to maybe talk to a specific database. You're going to have all these different tools. So you're going to have agents in front of all of these. And so you could have a multi-agentic system, not just meaning that it's multimodal where it can do text and speech and images, but multi-agents where you're talking to 50 different agents and you have an agent broker that decides which agent to talk to. So this A to A protocol, what it did was the agents, it came up with this idea of an agent card where, how you have business cards and you hand out your business card and it tells the other person what company you work for, maybe your logo, and then generally what you do, what your position is, and your contact information. That's an agent card. That's what Google came up with as an agent card. So these agents would have these agent cards that when an agent talks to another agent, they can determine what that agent's function is and what its capabilities are. Okay. That was what was in the A to A white paper that came out in March. And then since then, we've got multiple people coming out with front ends, right? Like a front end server. This was the one missing component, a front end server. So now we had the API that talked to tools. Then we had the white paper that talked about how agents should talk to other agents and agents should talk to MCP servers. And now we're missing the front end. So there were some couple stabs at the coming out with a front end. Some people in the industry decided, well, we're going to make a front end and we're going to see if the industry buys that. That just happened within the last like month. So I guess the point of what I'm saying is if you have a product and your product you've been selling and it's already to market, you've developed it and it's in the market, and you've bolted on some AI on the side, unless you've bolted on AI that takes advantage of MCP servers and agent-to-agent communication, I know I would not buy your product. Like if somebody tried to sell it to me, I would have a hard time wanting to entertain a product that's not utilizing industry standards that have been adopted and ratified by the industry. So I know it would be a difficult sell. I would be a hard person to sell because I would ask a lot of questions, right? Not that I would be the final deciding factor, right? But my point is, I would ask very hard questions of why you're trying to sell me a product that doesn't adhere to what everybody else in the industry that are industry leaders are doing. So I guess what the takeaway that I would want these vendors that are making products, because their products may be great, and it doesn't take a lot of work to add these two capabilities that I'm talking about to your products. An example, Windsurf, I'm not that I'm condoning any specific company, but I was here at another ATARC convention. Windsurf was here, right? I talked to the Windsurf guys. Windsurf is a cloud SaaS offering where they offer an IDE in the cloud, an integrated development environment in the cloud. Windsurf already supports MCP servers in A to A. So they coded that into their product already, right? So if some companies have done that, other companies that have done that, VS Code supports that. Rue Code supports it. Cursor supports MCP and A to A. So there are all these IDEs that already support this. So you can support this too. You just have to know that these non RFC standards that have been widely adopted, not ratified, but widely adopted and accepted, kind of like OpenAI, everybody started coding their large language models to accept OpenAI API communication as the protocol. That's not a standard, but everybody said, you know what OpenAI is doing when they talk to their large language model with an API? Yeah, we're gonna use that exact same protocol to talk to our large language models. So since everybody's doing it, you should code to talk to an OpenAI standard, right? And now most people would say, well, I don't want to code stuff unless it's an RFC. Well, AI is moving so rapidly. You know how long it takes to ratify an RFC? If you guys have looked at an RFC, like they've been around for like 40 years, but it takes a very long time to get anything ratified. So the point is AI is moving so fast that you just kind of have to look at what all the industry leaders are doing and make sure that you at least adhere to that. Right. So that would be my advice for vendors.
You got to come prepared, I guess. I jotted some notes. Come prepared with 3 exclamation points. And I'm going to Google MCP servers after this conversation and A to A as well. Anna, let's go to you. Talk to me about workforce readiness and AI, that sort of nexus that you're in at the Bureau of Economic Analysis. You have some steps that you had sort of talked about that agencies like yours ought to take.
Well, can you ever be ready when something is developing so fast? So where do I begin? When I was a little girl and I came to one of these conferences many years ago, I remember one of the first things that was mentioned was begin with the end goal in mind. And I wrote diligently in my notebook, and I still give this advice till date. So now I'm transferring the idea over to you. Begin with the end goal in mind. So when you design anything at all, strategy, education, training, what's the end goal? Where do you see your organization in 3, 5, 10 years? Once you see where you're going, outline your cybersecurity strategy. Before that, let me take a step back. Collect the inventory of the stuff that you have. Know your country, know your organization very well, know where things are, and then you'll see where do you have gaps and where AI or any other tool can come in handy. And then once you have these steps 1 to 3, it could be the end of the year. But at that point, you'll know where exactly you have gaps and where these gaps can be closed. I would say that there is such a plethora of training and tools and languages available today. You cannot focus on everything at once. People should be focused on their specific areas. So again, begin with the end goal in mind, outline your strategy, and then follow the strategy and see where this training might come in handy.
I just realized I might have left my car windows down. Yikes. We'll find out. It's like one of those choose your own adventure. Did I or didn't I? I don't know. Dr. Harrison, talk to me about trust in AI and how, whether you're in industry or government, you ought to be trying to figure out how to use this stuff.
Well, it's very interesting when it comes to trust. There's a lot of, I always say, friction in the government in terms of wanting to try something new in terms of AI. There's resistance. I have this way of done it. I've done it for years. It works. I don't want to try it. In trying to overcome that and develop change agents is very important in terms of the trust. In the DoD, and as I mentioned to another participant follow on to the previous panel, we have 5 ethical pillars that when I was in a JAIC, we made each of the AI folks, organizations or services follow. And I had them, but I think my wife sent me a to-do list, so I think I lost them. But here they are, sorry. Responsibility, equitable, traceability, reliability, and governable. Reliability is key to this effort because in trust, if you have false positives or if you have false negatives, even worse, they're going to lose confidence. What I call entrance hall technology, where your people who have been fairly resistant to the technology and implement it are not going to want to follow through with it. So key element of that trust is to follow those 5 ethical pillars. The other issue that I found in terms of trust is also being able to bring something to the gate. The problem that I had a lot in the Department of Defense is what I see as what I call PowerPoint wear. And they show a capability and you say, hey, this is a great capability. I said, well, no, it's PowerPoint. Well, wait a minute. And they pull up a monitor and show me again. I said, well, no, that's animated PowerPoint. You're going to have to basically demonstrate to an actual practical, tangible capability rather than something that is being promised. Because what all that's going to do is down the way is affect funding for future generations and how we go forward. Third element in terms of trust is being able to see a progression, right? See success after success. As one command sergeant major said, one aw shucks negates 1,000 attaboys, right? So the only way we're going to do that is through continual and advanced testing for AI with cybersecurity and to root out problems and learn on our future. Over.
Yeah, that's solid. I want to just take a pause for a second. Are there any questions in the audience that we should get to? Sometimes the audience is very curious, and I want to make sure I get all of those questions if we have any. I have plenty more, but just want to check. Wow. Oh, one in the back, Tom.
Run.
Hi, my name is Zaki, and I just graduated from Georgetown with a degree in cybersecurity and risk management. My question is for Mr. Landon. You talked about how AI agents and like the protocols that enable it to work together to make things efficient, right? Is your prediction? I just wanted to know your prediction about where this kind of communication and like agents working together is headed. Like, let's say a security operations center scenario. Is it where it's going to be replacing like lower level analysts to like triage data, triage alerts, and make decisions about threats, where you can like make it efficient, but also eliminate all the human involvement?
Yeah, that kind of gets into one of the questions that you had earlier where we had he sent out a list of questions that he was going to ask us just in case we could get to them all. That was one of them. But to specifically talk about what I think is going to happen in the future, do I think that AI is going to nudge out anybody who's in a cybersecurity space, like a cybersecurity analyst? And I don't think that's the case. I mean, Daniel in the last talk, in the last panel that was up here, had mentioned the human in the loop. And I don't think a lot of that can be several different things with AI. Like human in the loop can be where an AI doesn't make a decision to actually go orchestrate or commit a change until a human authorizes it, right? That's one context of human in the loop. Another one is human in the loop where the AI acts as a like an assistant, like an intern, where but you have a really smart intern that pretty much knows everything, and you have an interactive dialogue back and forth with the AI, and then the AI comes to you and says, "Okay, hey, I was going to do this. Do you want me to do this, or do you want me to do that?" And then the human says, "Do this in this instance, and then do that in this other instance." That can also be considered human in the loop, right? So I think the way that, as far as cybersecurity is concerned, I think that we're always going to need that human in the loop for the foreseeable future. I mean, and when I say that, probably within the next 10 years, we're going to need a human in the loop, because I use AI every day to help write code. Like I was working on some kernel code the other day, which was really complicated, debugging kernel traffic to look at inbound connections and map them to corresponding threads in Apache. And I needed to do some kernel taps. So I was collaborating back and forth with an AI. And then after like 2 hours, I paused the AI and I'm sitting and I asked myself, I was like, it was on the weekend. And I'm like, I literally had a 2 hour conversation back and forth with a fake person, right? But it was fabulous. The problem was the code that it gave me was wrong. It was so wrong, right? And so what it was the AI didn't have enough context to give me proper code. It was giving me directives that were not in that kernel. It was giving me completely wrong directives. And I knew enough to know that these directives aren't right. And then when I questioned the AI and I'm like, that directive you gave me, that directive doesn't exist. Can you recheck the code that you provided? And then the AI is like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, that was wrong. And I'm like, I went back and forth like that for 2.5 hours over the weekend. And then I'm like, you know what? It's a Saturday. I'm going to a vineyard. I'm not going to talk to this AI anymore. Right. But I got progressively closer to my goal. The AI helped me immensely to get to where I wanted to get to. I still didn't finish it. Right. But the point is I spent 2.5 hours going back and forth saying, that's not right. And the AI was like, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's almost like, was it intentionally lying? I know it wasn't. It doesn't have all the context, right? And so you're going to need a human to provide that context. And a few weeks ago, I did a talk where I talked about this thing called Context 7, right? I'm not endorsing anybody, but I'm just mentioning there's a website called Context 7. What they do is they take documentation from all different APIs and white papers, but pretty much what it is documentation on protocols and products. Imagine taking the administrative guide for every single product that you want out there, and they put it all on a website and they make it available in a format that a large language model can download it and extract it. So that's really cool, because what you can do is point to Context 7. It can download all the API documentation for a product, right? We use a bunch of different products at the A, but let's say I have a product and the vendor says, oh, we have an API. Why don't you code using our API? I'm like, why don't you code using your API? Because I got to read through 300 pages of API documentation and figure out your syntax. Well, now all I have to do is point to Context 7, download that API documentation and the syntax for that API into my AI. And now my AI knows that syntax for that API. Now I can do an intelligent kind of coding, right? So the problem I had with the kernel thing was the AI had generic information about a kernel. I did not give it detailed information about the version of the kernel that I was using, right? So it was giving me answers that may have been relevant to Red Hat, but not on Debian.
So,
Right,
so Landon, one thing that stands out to me is that, well, I'm curious about what you do with a bad AI. Do you punish it? Do you make it go get you coffee? No, I'm curious.
Yeah, no, I mean, all I did was every time something wasn't right, I said, can you check your work? Can you look at and the cool thing is, like I said, I don't want to sound like I'm endorsing anybody, but if people want to try something that will just blow your mind, like really cool, if you have an iPhone or Android, go download the Google Gemini app. And then when you download the Gemini app, it's going to look like your a chat window, but there's a little button on the side that says go live. And then now before you go live, go and choose the voice, because you want to choose a voice that's appealing to you, because if you're going to have a conversation back and forth for hours with the AI, you do not want it to be like nails on a chalkboard, right? So I chose a voice that was very pleasing to me, right? And now when I get in the car, I swear I drive around everywhere I'm going for like an hour. I just put this chatbot on and I ask it the craziest stuff, right? Like, and I'm having conversations, deep conversations on crazy topics. I'm planning out my day, talking to the AI, asking it, well, if I wanted to do this, and I'm hypothesizing. That's how you should use AI, human in the middle, right? Where you use it as a thought partner. And when people were like, oh yeah, but I've used ChatGPT. Okay, you try this. This is what I'm talking about. If you had a Gemini-like AI that was verbally responsive within seconds, it's to the point where if I started to speak while the AI was still speaking, the AI would stop speaking because she knew I was interrupting, right? And then she would say stuff like, "Oh, I'm sorry, continue." Like it was literally like a conversation, right?
I feel like,
It's fabulous.
I would probably have mine as like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, just for hilarity,
Yeah,
talking back and forth.
It's just so what I did over the weekend was I was taking this and then I took my phone, and when the code that was provided was wrong, I go and I change it and I look at the directives. I'm like, that directive doesn't even exist, so this code's completely wrong. So then I used a different code thing on the internet with Claude, downloaded that segment, put it up, and then I used my phone. I pointed to the code on the screen with the phone and I'm talking to the AI. I told you go live, it's all interactive. And I'm like, will you look at this code? This is your code and this is the code that this other, and the AI is like, okay, yeah, I see the code. Oh, I see that. Oh, yeah, you're right. That was wrong. Let me give you and they rewrote it. I mean, it is literally, we have that capability today. That's what you need to code into your products, right? So I don't think you're ever going to get like a cybersecurity person out of the loop. I think your cybersecurity people should be using AI like an interactive person, where like an example would be like cybersecurity folks at work. What do they need to know? They need to know if a system's compromised, they need to know who owns it. What IP address is this? Like everybody's going to ask that. What is that address? Who owns this system? Where's the point of contact? How can I contact somebody in that building? Who's the facilities manager? How do I get a hold of the IT director in that building? How do I shut down that asset? Who has administrative rights on it? All of those kind of questions. That's what the cybersecurity person should be asking the AI, and just say, hey, I need all these things. And then boom, it comes up. And then you have a dialogue back and forth, right?
Right.
It should be like that.
Rudolph, Anna, please weigh in on that for a second. If there's other questions, we have a little bit more time, one or two more.
Well, I just read that Gemini, or I should say Google, in some Google literature, that the future of programming will be natural language. You will not have to code anymore. So that's going to be such a boon to developers. All natural language. You just speak to what you want, it'll spit it out. It's going to be so.
To that point, Rudolph, I was recently at Google's Next conference in Las Vegas, and the CEO of Google said that 30 to 35% of all the code they write now is based off natural language already.
Really?
That's a lot, but it's growing.
That is amazing. Yeah. Well, speaking about, getting buy-in from management too, I gave you that example of the RFP. I got 100 RFPs I got to look at in the next couple of weeks. there are some, maybe 50% that will not even make the first cut. But I am being forced to go through every one of those just to make sure that we don't miss a particular item or one of the requirements there. So, I mean, I'd love to be able to leverage AI, Copilot, or whatever the tools we're using, but it's just, it hasn't reached that boundary yet. So management needs to really, put some more heft behind it. It'll make my job a lot easier, our review team much easier. So I guess it has to come from management.
Is there anything else you can do to push that forward?
Well, I mean, I've tried. I didn't want to get into a heated discussion with the CEO on it. He said, well, I don't think we're ready at this time to do that. I would rather go through them myself, he said, and make sure that we haven't missed one that might meet the qualifications. And I can understand that. This is a pretty sizable, offering. So, the problem he's seeing is that if we end up using an AI tool or something, and it comes to pass that there's a protest or something, and they find out we used AI tools and we may have missed some of the variables of search requirements, we could be in trouble. So, I mean, I understand that. I just don't know if, excuse me, the AI tools are 100% ready for prime time yet. So that's a problem there from the technical standpoint, but also from the management standpoint. So what do you do? I mean, it's a tough call, Frank. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, 2 points. Back to the question. We recently, I gave a training session on electronic warfare tool. And the analyst was like, this is going to take away my job. This is all these standard, very, very apprehensive. 6 months later, I notify the same individual, hey, this cloud service has to go down for some maintenance. He's like, you can't take that away. I have to have that. This is a part of my skill set. This is the only way I can get things done because use this modeling tool. I see AI and cybersecurity as a force multiplier, not a replacer. The same arguments I heard about the PC is going to take everything, same thing applies to the AI. Another interesting part I want to point out, I went to graduate school for, doctoral school for AI. I'm sorry, for cybersecurity. Nothing gives you more scared feelings in your stomach when you're looking at your monitor and suddenly a SES, a senior executive, appears above it. The AO, Mr. Orendorff, appeared above my monitor. He said, didn't I just sign a training request for you? I was like, yes, sir. He said, come here, I got something for you. So I go up, and it turns out, long story short, what I can say, they had a cybersecurity policy. Way management interpreted CMET was one way, but the way the tactical level way was interpreted was completely different. It was not what the senior executive wanted, even though it was the same words used at both levels. AI has a means of augmenting management in this area that can show that, hey, you can look for the patterns of the dichotomies and execution, say, hey, this isn't working out, this needs to be improved, and management can then make corrective actions. So in the long run, with AI and cybersecurity, it can be, to me, a bright future ahead.
Anna, take us away. Final thoughts.
Thank you. So as Landon was speaking, I thought to myself, well, here's this perfect female speaking perfect female voice, answering every question he has. And then if he interrupts her, she doesn't get pissed. She says, I'm sorry. Of course, he's fascinated with AI. But speaking seriously, I agree with Landon. One thing AI is really good at, it's really good at giving you wrong answer with full confidence. So what we've done in our bureau, we've opened up software development that used to be the prerogative of OCIO, and we've opened it up to citizenship development. And now everybody using GitHub Copilot can quickly cook up some code, and if they're not very well versed in software, then they will confidently think that this software is correct. And I see that human in the middle actually is going to become even more important as development goes into natural language, because think of all the misunderstandings that happen between giving requirements and implementing the requirements. Remember those pictures where business analysts gave some kind of set of requirements and software engineer came up with a totally different result? So there will be even more misunderstanding when it comes to AI, and there will be a lot of wrong answers. And I feel like very soon we'll have a sea of weeds, sea of reads of software code that needs to be sieved through and understood and cleaned up. So I don't think that software development is going to go away from human hands.
That's good for the audience member Aki who asked that question. You did not go and get that degree for no reason from Georgetown. So that kind of wraps us up. And I was thinking of a joke in my head when you said wrong answer, 100% confidence. Sounds like me dating, like my entire life. I would give these guys a round of applause. Thank them for their time. They'll be around for a little while longer if you want to pester them.
Now we're going to bring up, to close us out, we're going to bring up Amber Corin, who's now a consultant at ATARC. And she was just telling me this story that Frank rolled into the office at Federal Computer Week, right? And you were there and they sat next to each other. And I was on a special detail after I sold one of my companies and working. Remember Fosse, the big show downtown, the big IT show? I was putting together some panels for that. So I've known these two reporters for quite a long time. Actually, Amber's kind of retired from being a reporter, or sort of, kind of. You kind of come in, you kind of go out. So if we can bring the last panel up, we'll wrap this day up. It should be entertaining. Got some good folks.
As Tom alluded to, I had taken in recent years to calling myself a recovering journalist. I worked in journalism for 15 years, at least 10 of which was spent covering public sector technology, mostly defense technology, but very much within this realm. And yes, I was there for Frank's first day, fresh off the farm at FCW, and sat right by him, and those were interesting and fun times. And I got out of journalism. I did PR. I did public affairs. I've been working as a consultant and freelancer for the last maybe 8 months or so, and I'm kind of not as recovering from journalism as I used to be. I'm finding myself kind of sliding off the wagon with, freelance stories here and there and editing gigs. And I'm kind of, still, I guess, aspiring, recovering journalist, maybe back to that square one. So all that to say, I will never run out of questions today. So if you guys don't have any, we'll still be good to go. We have a really great panel today. I'm very excited to talk to these folks about scaling AI efficiently across federal cybersecurity operations. We've got some really great, diverse experience and backgrounds here that I think are going to make for a very interesting conversation. I do invite your questions. Please raise your hand or wave at me or grab Tom because he's got the mic. But with that, I will give each of them a second to kind of, I know that you all have the booklets with all their information, so you don't need their whole CV or anything, but they can talk a little bit about what has brought them here today to this conversation.
Well, good morning. Ken Clark with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Good afternoon. It's great to be here. My journey career-wise has been through as electrical engineer, starting out in the Air Force, working in the intel community, and then finishing up at the White House for about 5 years. Going in the private sector, working in the space segment side, and then also, but when I was at the White House, I kind of learned that there's a bit more to getting something done, a system or what have you, than just the engineering solution or the technical solution. So that got me into the public policy realm, where I ended up eventually getting into some information sharing environment. This was kind of post 9/11. One of the commissions came up and said, "Hey, we've got a problem with sharing across federal government and state and locals." So I had a chance to get into that, and that got me essentially the bug to stay into how do you share data? How do you share information across multiple organizations? And eventually got back into DHS at the intelligence and analysis side at the headquarters, and then started getting into the privacy side. So now I'm at ICE. I'm information governance and privacy. So the portfolio is the privacy program across ICE as well as the Freedom of Information Act. So I'll be kind of focusing a lot on some of the information governance areas and privacy for the team here.
Hello, I'm Brian Peretti. As it says, former federal employee. I'm actually on admin leave right now with retirement happening at the end of September. So I was at Treasury for 22 and a half years, mainly in cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection. And then the last year, I was the Chief Technology Officer and the Deputy Chief AI Officer. And all those roles very similar to what was just being said about trying to figure out how to better share information to get to the place where it's most useful to be used, while developing those systems will be able to make sure it's as smooth and transparent as possible, while also making sure it doesn't lose any of the context or the key piece of the information which are really most valuable. And of course, listening to the customer, trying to make sure that the information you're sending to them is stuff that's actually beneficial, as opposed to stuff you're just interested in sharing that doesn't actually move the needle any. So.
So it's on. Tamika Turner. Spent the bulk of my year in the government at the Census Bureau, where I had 15 years. And I would say that supporting the census and some of the RMF and information assurance activities was key. It was so exciting. Ramping up for the first technological Census Bureau activities, getting the handhelds in people's hands so that they can go door to door to gather the data. It was a really big deal. Going to the cloud and supporting a lot of those efforts, it was one of the biggest, I think, it was a pivotal point for my career. And then now I'm at NNSA, where I'm kind of doing some of the same activities, supporting RMF. And now that the conversation has transitioned over to AI, trying to figure out how can we start to get in front of our business partners? How can we make sure that from cybersecurity professionals that we are in those conversations? Because right now the business is moving really fast and we are trying to catch up. We are trying to create documentations, trying to figure out what type of trainings they need, but more importantly, trying to figure out exactly what type of AI are they using in these environments. And so I know some of the work has been done by our CTO. So we're trying to partner with not only the business, but some of the other areas in OCIO, just to make sure that we are providing what they need from a security perspective.
Thank you very much. So getting ready to jump into our first question, I'm curious about opening this up, talking about successfully scaling AI from pilot programs, which we see really across the government at this point. There's a whole lot of pilot programs going on, but how are we scaling from those pilot programs to more comprehensive adoption and getting them, up and running and fully functional in a much more useful manner than just a pilot program? I really struggle to think of a better case study than watching the Census Bureau go from, the very paper-based method of collecting data to what they did in the last census, moving to those mobile devices and handheld devices. It was a huge change. I remember covering it as a reporter. So, and it was fascinating, especially at the time when mobile devices in the government were a very hot topic and very new. So it's there are some interesting parallels there, I think. And I'd be curious about your thoughts. Do you see, what kind of parallels do you see there? And are there some lessons that can be taken from that pivot to from paper-based to digital? Compared to the pilot programs to scaling it, as it were. I probably didn't word that as much as I'm much better at writing at writing than speaking sometimes. But I think there are some interesting parallels there.
So I'm no longer at the census, but when we were leaving off, I think one of the biggest things was centralization of data. So data is the most important thing. And so I would say that even now in our transition over to what we're doing at NNSA, even now at NNSA, we are trying to figure out, making sure that we have a good hold on our data, because data is the most important. And that's something that I was taking notes earlier. Some of the other panelists talked about. So I've been talking to the business as well as our CISO. We need to categorize our data. We need to know where data tagging is so that we're able to build upon that. Another thing is we are working on making sure we have the skill sets. So a lot of conversations we can have on our own, but some of those conversations can go a little bit further if we have the right people at the table. So as I mentioned earlier, data strategy, as well as we're working on our RMF AI strategy. So we're aligning it to what NIST is doing so that we can start to embed those things within our ATO process, but also making sure that we develop a community of practice as well.
Other thoughts?
Just to add what Tamika was talking about, obviously knowing your data is important, but one of the things that's a challenge is also what's the algorithms, what's the the rules that the AI tools are going to be following. But we have to be very careful, especially in the law enforcement side, as far as bias, inherent bias. And of course, you've got to have all the data, and you got to know where it comes from. You got to have that chain of custody and knowing where that data is going to. But it's important that, and I'm glad to hear, and it seems like in all the past panels, the concept of the human in the loop, and that's very much what we do. Is the AI tools are going to help us, again, get that proverbial needle in the haystack. And that's what's advanced and improved law enforcement. I mean, you look at some of the investigations, even the Minnesota shooting, or being able to find the perpetrators of these horrible crimes, but you needed to have some way of just ferreting out the data. But again, it's the human that's going to make the final call. It's the human that's going to make the decision. And so again, it's the data and the algorithms too, and how you use them.
And I think one of the challenges there is that, do you really know all the data that you have? So, for example, at Treasury, there are 26 different subcomponents, and all those subcomponents have very good reasons why they should not be talking to anybody else, at least in their own minds, right? And so, if you just continue to have these stovepipes, you're never going to get anywhere. And I think that, going back to the Minnesota shooting, if everybody had their own information and said, I have to control this and I can't share, then we know what's going to happen. The bad guy's going to get away, right? And there's going to be no way to be able to move that forward. But then also, that also means you don't have the insight, right? You're not going to be able to understand how to be able to make better policy, or understand the better challenges that are coming up to be able to affect policy in a way which is going to be most advantageous to try to get in accordance with whatever the administration goals are. So how do you kind of create that and foster that environment where sharing is not bad? Sharing does not mean you're going to lose your job. It actually means you're going to amplify your job. And I think that also goes back to the comments before from the gentleman, just graduated with a degree in cybersecurity. Will I have a job tomorrow? You probably will have a job tomorrow. It probably won't be the job you imagined 5 years ago, because nobody's job is the same job they had 5 years ago. I know mine's continually changed over my entire period. I assume everybody else's has changed, even if they're sitting in the same job. How do you think, be curious, and be able to add value to what's there, and not just say, I have to protect where I am and I can't grow to where I should be going forward? And I think that's a big challenge we have across the board, is that everybody gets so ownership based on whatever the data is that they have, that first they don't want to make it AI ready, because if it's AI ready, then they lose control. And then secondly, if it is AI ready, they have to run against that. And I think we all know, whenever one person has to run, it's never going to work right, because then you have no ability to get to a better place. So fostering that environment is going to be critical to get to a place where real insight, real conclusions can be drafted from whatever you have in front, as opposed to the same old, which doesn't answer anything.
Thank you. So I feel like there are a couple key themes that I have heard in these answers. Number one, sharing is caring, in more ways than one. But also, I hear a little bit about maybe a lack of standardization in the data might be a little bit of a sticking point here.
which wouldn't be surprising because it's been a sticking point since kind of, I think, the dawn of IT modernization, maybe when we started focusing on data to begin with. Um, I don't know if any of you want to kind of dig into how do you start to make progress in AI and cybersecurity and navigate that data piece of it, that standardization piece. I imagine you can't get very far if all the data not only is in totally different places, but can't even work together because it's all in different formats, let alone in different databases and lakes and ponds and what have you.
Well, maybe I'll start, Amber. So, you know, NIST, I'm a big fan of NIST and the standards that they work. You know, they've got the risk management framework Tamika was talking about. Also, they came out with, and I think they just closed the public review of a new privacy framework 1.1 that was incorporating artificial intelligence considerations into the privacy space. And I think that's really important to have that public dialogue and that interaction that NIST fosters. But going to the disparate data, I'll just use kind of a use case here that I was had the pleasure of being part of. You know, I think everybody's aware of the See Something, Say Something campaign. You know, you're driving down the interstate, you're seeing the sign. If you see something, say something. You go to the airport, you hear it. You go on the metro, you hear it. You know, years ago, when I was in the information sharing environment, the Office of Program Manager, we looked at suspicious activities. So that was, and not the treasury type of suspicious activities, but this was more like somebody taking a picture of a bridge, somebody taking a picture of buildings. Okay, if I'm taking a picture of a suspension bridge, maybe I'm a tourist. But if I'm taking a lot of pictures around where the cables come in and how they connect to the ground and what type of security systems they have, well, that can raise some questions and such. But we had a situation where we had all the different agencies that were doing things differently on how they were capturing suspicious activities, and that included even state and locals. And we brought them together. We had FBI, Secret Service, state and locals, and essentially developed, first of all, most importantly, put together what the business process is. What were we trying to do? We're trying to get information that the public may see, get it to state and local police, who will then vet it and then get it to a fusion center, and then the fusion center can get it into the government infrastructure, and then we can try to do further investigations. And actually, there were some very successful use cases that came out of that. But taking that business process, then we laid out essentially what the flow chart would be, and actually looked at different flow charts and found out that, hey, there's some commonalities with this agency, the agency interaction, and that agency, to able to come up with one single flow chart that was uniform to all the organizations. And then we came up with the data schema, and then we came up with what data we're going to be using to share. I mean, I went to a trade show down in Florida, and they were showing, it was a data company, and they said, oh yeah, we're using the suspicious activity functional standard. And that's what essentially got a nationwide approach to dealing with, you know, again, the See Something, Say Something campaign.
And I think one of the things that needs to be done really is an explanation of why the data needs to be created in the right way. And then secondly, leadership buy-in to be able to actually have it done. The biggest challenge I've always faced is people are like, why? It's going to cost us money to do that, especially if they go back to historical data that may not be used today. So if you think about your weather forecast, it's good today, right? Is it who's going to pay to update the information from 6, 7, 10 years ago, right? Which may be really critical to be able to figure out how to forecast going forward, right? How do you do the same thing tied to cybersecurity information, health information, other types of information? That historical information will be very valuable. But if all you're saying is, well, I have to do it, and there's no buy-in to be able to get there, you're not going to get anywhere, right? There has to be, but you also have to show value. Why is it important? What are you going to do with this at the end of the day? Some is just to be able to make it available to the public, because the public is going to be interested in this information to be able to use it for whatever they're going to do.
Perhaps some scientist somewhere or some academic may use it to create some new formula that does something really incredible that couldn't be thought of, but you don't know that today. So sometimes it's like typical R&D. It doesn't always have value until it does, right? But the failures are also beneficial at the end because you may figure out why the data can't be moved in the right way or collated in a way which is going to be beneficial, and you can find out new ways to do that. But I think also one of the challenges I always had was that, am I doing it the right way? So if I make it this way today, is it going to be valid tomorrow when some new technology comes out? So in my past life, I was responsible at a credit union to updating the microfiche that we had into computer code. And that was a real hard challenge, right? You had to code it all over. But now the question is anything that we updated into that code actually now valid to be able to use in AI, right? So sometimes you have to make several leaps to get to the standard today. Sometimes you can jump all the way over. How do you also explain that of how you're going to have to move forward in that process to be able to make the value at the end of the day?
Focusing on the data types that you actually need. We have a number of projects going on right now where everyone is trying to figure out how they can leverage the add-ons. I think the gentleman earlier was talking about that. A number of tools that we have out there have all these add-ons and people want to use it, but some of it requires additional data feeds. And so we need to be careful and thoughtful about what that actually means. Make sure the data is not above the level. So for instance, we deal with unclassed, we deal with classified data, just understand exactly what type of data needs to be fed into those things and having those types of conversations. And then another panelist talked about focusing on like one particular point. And I think that right now the business is so AI driven that it can get overwhelming. But just taking one project at a time, focusing on that and focusing on that data feed that needs to happen, and then expanding from there is something that I know that we're focusing on right now. Just trying to control the narrative instead of letting the narrative control us.
The one thing I would just add to that is that as I've transitioned out of government, I also I know the people I transitioned the information to. I also didn't tell them about the failures that we had. Right, all I did was really the successes to how we got to where we are. But I know at some point they're going to try to do something that failed. It may have failed miserably, and they're going to have to go through that pain process. But in this case, if you're actually transferring the data over, right, to something's AI ready, you should be able to make sure you're also capturing those failure pieces. So it's just not the success, because in that way you're going to get the holistic understanding of what's going on to be able to really get the real amount of data to help you make the right decision, whatever you're going to do with that. And that's a hard thing to do, is say, boss, I need to code this information in, even though it was unsuccessful. They're going to be like, why are we spending money on a failed project? Well, because so we don't do the failed project 2, 3, 4 more times. How do you get that through to, and that's where the leadership really comes important, because they're going to have to feel comfortable of saying, I'm going to spend money on something that was not successful.
I think those are all really great points. We should talk about failures more often in this space, and I think more broadly as well. Anybody's therapist would probably tell you the same thing. Some of this, when we talk about the important things to have to advance, the leadership buy-in, the business case analysis, and the ability to show value, one project and one feed at a time to kind of avoid the overwhelm. Those are some really good responses on ways to make progress. I imagine they're probably also helpful in helping agencies navigate the ethical and compliance challenges that you're going to encounter when you're trying to deploy AI at scale. So maybe besides those things, I would be interested in your thoughts, all three of you, on how do you navigate those ethical and compliance challenges as you're trying to ramp up to scale?
Well, I'll start. So first of all, I mean, you really have to know the regulatory and the legal environment that's changing and how it's happening. And I think it's important to know the context, and also know the context that, we're operating here in the United States from a privacy and from a governance standpoint, but also the European Union and overseas have different standards and different guidelines. You need to know that when you're starting out. I think it's also important, you need to have training out there, and you need to be able to get the word out. I mean, I was in a meeting the other day, and the practitioner, the program office, immediately right off the bat said, "Hey, we're looking at our privacy impact assessment." That's a document that we do. Actually, the federal government does. It's required by law in e-government act to ensure that you're going through all the fair information practice principles and concepts that are going to ensure that you're using your data for the right thing, and to have the program office individuals know that they have to follow certain guidelines in the PIAs and getting some of these done. It's very gratifying, and that's a sign of the training out there. But also, it's important the landscape, the issues, what's in the public domain, what's the concerns right now that's out there as far as how data is being used, how is AI being used. I mean, you're hearing, oh, we don't want to have our students using ChatGPT to write term papers, okay? We don't want to be using AI to make a decision that's going to affect somebody's life, whether it be their benefits or whether, from a law enforcement standpoint and such. So listening to the public mood is important, because then that's going to factor in, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't use AI in this area. I know Gartner did a study of all the different types of AI tools that are out there and the types of applications. You really need to know the use case, because some applications and uses of AI aren't appropriate.
Yeah, so I think that the key, right, is really to understand why you're using it and what you're trying to accomplish. So I always hear like you're not supposed to be using AI to write papers in school. I have two kids. I know they do that. But of course, my goal is not for them to learn how to put words on paper necessarily. It's to understand the thoughts that are going in to the words that are going to go on the paper, right? Because they should have learned grammar a long time ago. But if they understand what they're trying to get to and build that out the right way, then you're going to actually get to the core of what they should be doing and being able to skill set, which I hope they actually learn from writing that paper at the end of the day. And the as you're kind of building this through, the challenge is to be able to figure out who your partners are, you can work with, right? I'm an attorney by training. My answer to folks always was no, we can't do that, which I learned when I was in the private sector. The answer is no, I'm going to tell you how to get to there, right? Because when you tell a board of directors no, it doesn't really help you too much, as I learned in a very negative way. But when I really figured that out and said, okay, here's how you can get to that answer, right? Then you're going to get to the real positive. So, when you're talking to your lawyers, when you're talking to your folks, being able to say, here's what I want to do. How can I get to that place? There's very few things that are clearly no that you can't do. And if it is, you can't do that, then you should be working with those partners to figure out how can you get there. So when I was in our CIO shop, right, trying to make AI available to the employees, the goal was to make it available in a way in which they wanted it, not the way in which I wanted it to happen, because I'm not the end user, right? I'm supposed to empower them to do their job. How do I do that? How do I work with them? And so it became a challenge of going through that, understanding the cybersecurity challenges we had, the information security issues we had to put around that, but then saying, maybe we could do it this way. Will it achieve your objectives? Is there something added on that we could put on to get there? Is there a way to restrict stuff to the right spot? How do we walk through that? Just by going through that, the customer has a much better understanding of what they're actually asking for. Because normally it just comes with a blank slate. I need to do, right? It's kind of like when Hurricane Katrina hit Louisiana and the governor of Louisiana called the president and said, the president said, what do you need? And she said, everything. And he was like, I don't know what that means. That I can't give you everything. You need Abram tanks. What are you doing? Right? Tell me what you actually need. Let's fine tune it to the space and then be able to build it out a way which can actually help you achieve your objective.
Oh, wow. I don't have much to add, but the gentleman earlier that was speaking talked about the symphony between AI and human, and I think that that's important, and it piggybacks on what these two gentlemen just said. And another thing is to engage your stakeholders. Again, that was something that they spoke about, and just understanding, because the way they, the way the customers want to use AI is all different. Some people want to use it for trending, they want to add on. Some folks want their own chat bots. Some people want their own chat in general. They want to be able to ask questions like the other guy said, I want to be able to have a conversation. I want you to tell me what to do. And I think for us, been seeing a bunch of documents come my way, and I'm like, I think AI wrote that. But making sure that folks aren't feeding federal data into outside AI sources, and I think that that's key for us, is trying to figure out a way to get in front of that, because there are a number of people that want that help, that want that grammar help, and not just on the student side, but on the federal side as well. And so building the ethics around that, making sure that we have the documentation, the training, and the guidance for those things.
I was going to say that it's hard to imagine a more important place and mission for there to be, the ethical and compliance running through all of those wickets, I think is what they say in government, than when dealing with nuclear anything. Is there anything, do you think there's anything that is specific to, the work that you're doing at your agency, that is probably beneficial for other agencies to learn from, just because you have to be like at the highest level of security and awareness?
Yeah, so one of the things that I want to give DOE their brownie points for this. So one of the things they did, and what we were talking about earlier, the ability to have a conversation with AI and to leverage it. So DOE created their own, they're leveraging Gemini, and so they call it DOE chat. And so it gives the federal workers internally the ability to get assistance with things that we need help with, like if you had to write a PWS, statement of work, and those sort of things. And then there's also just the general chat, having a conversation, uploading documentation, being able to combine documentation, firming up your emails. And so that's internal to our organization, and it alleviates some of the concerns that we have about people feeding our outside data into ChatGPT or other AI sources that are out there. And so that's something that's, I think, is very helpful, because it's something that the community needs. We just had an internal call last week. I think there were like 438 people on that call, and it was just internal to understand how that AI is working. What can we do to talk about the bugs? Because sometimes there were certain bugs around the PWS, and they wanted to understand how they can better use that and add additional functionality for those low hanging fruit things that we typically need help with in the federal government. And it's making our job easier. It's not taking the job, but it's making things go a little bit more efficiently and faster. So that's one of the things that I know that we're doing at NNSA and DOE.
Thank you. And that's not to downplay the importance of the mission, dealing with the people as much as, at DHS and ICE, and certainly with people's money in your career at Treasury. These are all really important agencies and missions that impact all Americans, all taxpayers. We are coming close to time, so I want to see if there's any questions out there. Tom's got the mic and can bring it to you if anybody's got any.
Any last questions out there? We're at the last few minutes here, so we expect good ones. Actually, I have a comment. Tamika, I thought you brought up a great point. I've heard from other federal feds, they're feeding ChatGPT manuals, memos, and that's part of the corpus of ChatGPT now. And I don't think they realize that. And maybe it's not because they're not getting what they need internally. Maybe a little bit more on that.
Yeah, no. So I was at another roundtable discussion, and it actually came up amongst other federal agencies. So Department of Transportation was there, and a couple of other federal groups. They're also trying to figure out a way to develop the same thing, because what we're seeing, AI writes in a very specific way, right? And some, for not to pick on the older generation, but they'll just take it and send it. And I got I got a document across my desk, and I was like, this is AI. And it wasn't our AI, because our AI looks a very specific way. And so it's concerning. It's just trying to educate them. And also on that topic is making sure that we have that more conversation, and we just don't ask a question, get it to send, and think that that's good enough. But we're adding that human element to it as well.
I think to your point, right, that there is some information that is public and there is some information that's not. So for example, your tax return, you probably wouldn't want me to feed that into ChatGPT. The Treasury HR manual, probably that's okay, right? How do you make sure the parameters are kept up, the employees are understand and the parameters are set so the employee cannot upload or take a picture and upload or do something like that? How do you build that through? It becomes really difficult because at the end of the day, the employee wants to do their job, right? They see this as another tool like a spreadsheet, a word processor to be able to do their job better. And they're going to say, if I can get this done better, faster, and get it off my desk into the next place in a quick way at a 95% good, that's going to be great. And sometimes they cut corners or cut your security corners, which with good intentions, but bad results. How do we get there? How do we build that through is going to be, I think, a big challenge going forward.
Yeah, I just want to add also, it's important to know which AI tool you're using and where it's connected. If you're connected to the internet or your own internal intranet or intrasystem, because in the Intel world, you can have situations where you have 3 documents and they're all unclassified. But when you put them together or the information in those 3 documents together, it can become classified. Same thing in the area of of using of the various AI tools that are tied to the internet. Commingling that data can easily make something very sensitive.
I think that the other challenge is how do you make sure it's the right data being fed in? And an example you could have is that if you say on the stock market, right, there's a series of trades going through, then there's a bunch of weird trades. If they're not corrected out, that now becomes a new price and that becomes a new reality, right? How do you figure out how to be able to pull that out, especially when the AI model, the LLM, is actually using the information to train? Is there ability to reverse that out or not? Because then you can have some very weird results based upon the information that's going in that's not correct for whatever reason.
Last call for questions.
Can I add to that?
You sure can.
So one of the questions that we got recently was around for the industry out there was, we don't want to allow industry to use their AI tools to do their jobs for us. And so it was a contract question, and they phased it to cybersecurity. And so another thing, I think the gentleman Landon earlier was talking about RFC and those extra requirements that are needed. It's when we need to start having conversations with the acquisitions and procurement offices so that when we're doing business with vendors and they're trying to maybe cut corners or make their jobs a little bit easier and say we don't have those tools yet and they want to use it on their side to firm up a product, a PowerPoint, anything. There's right now no real language to stop that. And so we were basically saying, oh, well, I guess that's another thing that we need to add to the list of things we need to talk about and bring acquisitions and procurement to the table. Should we put it in a PWS? Should it be in the statement of work? Where should that language live so that we can make sure when the vendor responds, they know that this particular project doesn't want them to do that?
And one thing just to mention, there was a news story today. Somebody said that it's going to eliminate all white collar jobs out there. I don't know if that's the case. That doesn't really make any sense to me. What I understand is that having been old enough, I remember back in the 80s when we used to have secretaries, right? Before you had word processors, right? Before WordPerfect 4.2 came out, for everybody who knows what that is, right? Yeah, right. And before that came out, right, there wasn't a process. You had to have a typewriter, it had to be going in, and there had to be somebody you handed it to. And then they had it in and put the information on that form with the triplicate going over to the Xerox machine to be able to pump it out to get there. That job doesn't exist anymore. That person is still working. They're working in a different skill set, probably in a much more enjoyable skill set than having to listen to a boss bark at them because the memo that was typed up had a different comma in it than it should have been, where now you can just easily fix that. So I have 2 children. They're just entering college. I was told their whole life they had to learn how to code. My son just created a website using ChatGPT to create the website, and he didn't have to do any coding, right? He had to fix the errors that were there, but he's not going to have coding. So if I had listened to everybody, my kids would literally have skill sets now that don't work, that aren't valuable going forward. How do we build our workforce to be able to think what the next is, right? Whenever one job goes away, there's another one that comes up, right? Usually a higher skill job, something that have to use your mind more. I know in the trades, that's one thing, right? A plumber is always going to be a plumber, but I know a car mechanic does a lot more things than just turn a carburetor, right? They actually have to do some high level programming to be able to get that. How do we encourage people to continue to stretch themselves, get to the next level, and think, wow, this is another opportunity to do something exciting that I never thought I could do because I was never given an opportunity, mainly because it didn't exist. And if you can encourage your folks and everybody to get there, we're going to have a much more exciting and interesting workforce and much more interesting conversations at the bars afterwards. So.
Well, I'm not going to be the one to tell my 10-year-old Girl Scout who just got her badge in coding that it doesn't mean anything, although it did cross my mind when she brought it home. I'm also glad that I did not heed all of those calls for journalists to learn to code back in the few years ago. I wouldn't say back in the day, not that long ago. Anyway, all that said, I think that has to be a wrap on our panel because we're right at 2:30. But I hope you all will join me in thanking this really great panel, really interesting stuff. Thank you so much.
Woo! Great way to end the program. Very provocative. Thank you. We got another one in the books. We got the inaugural one out. I think we're going to be kicking off a working group probably at the beginning of the fall on this topic. I think it has a lot of tendrils to be pulled. And thank you all for your time. And like to thank my staff, Kim back there, for putting this together. Great job. Anyway, I'd like to thank all our partners too. Great job, folks. And, I don't know how many times, how many companies I've seen get their first contract in federal because they went to an ATARC event, so this is ATARC is a great marriage of industry, academia. Of course, we had the Georgetown folks. We didn't get a chance to introduce Henry. He's the professor. He was literally sitting on the guy's left shoulder. Like, it's like you got your professor right behind you when you're asking questions. So great stuff. Everybody have a good day. Hopefully you don't get too wet as the next surge comes in, but thank you all for the diehards staying all day. Thank you again.